Casey's brother Kevin turns 45. Hey! Turns 45 today. If you know Kevin and you see him today, just walk up and go, hey!
Dude, yeah, that's going to happen a lot then.
All right. It's 45 today. All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to the stupid question. Which U.S. state grows most of the country's red roses? We go to Scott and see if we can get the answer this morning. Scott, good morning.
Good morning. Hate to bother you at work.
Nah, it's all right, but we need an answer before we can give you a prize. So which state grows the most of the country's red roses?
That would be California.
Yeah, that's the Rose Bowl and whatnot. Yeah.
Red roses.
All right, Scott, hang on the line because we got you a pair of tickets to see Skid Row and Buck Cherry. The Gang's All Here tour, which is going to be next Wednesday at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, and tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. Complete details at WMMR.com. We got some interesting things here today. We'll start with this. Kourtney Kardashian took to Instagram yesterday to share more details about the urgent family matter that caused Blink-182 to postpone their European tour.
Yeah.
So we're talking, a big deal. She revealed that she underwent urgent fetal surgery to save her baby's life.
That's alarming.
Yeah, that is. Alongside a black and white photo of her and Travis Barker holding hands while she was hooked up to an IV. She wrote in the caption, "I will be forever grateful to my incredible doctors for saving our baby's life. I am eternally grateful to my husband who rushed to my side from tour to be with me in the hospital and take care of me afterwards. My rock," she said. And to my mom, thank you for holding my hand through this.
Is the baby okay?
As far as I know, so she
That's
said
the word, yeah.
she wasn't prepared for the fear of rushing into urgent fetal surgery since she had 3 really easy pregnancies in the past. They revealed in June that they were expecting their first child together after trying to get pregnant for years. So, yeah, Nick, I assume that everything is okay because otherwise we haven't.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Heard. Yeah, so, absolutely, man. And to actually go in and have a surgical procedure done in utero.
It blows my mind.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I couldn't do that.
They could do that in the first place. Well, you haven't gone to school for that or anything, so I understand.
Thank you, bro. You make me feel better with
That's
that.
okay.
You did rightfully observe I never went to medical school.
It's okay that you can't do that.
Yeah.
Don't worry, though. If you follow her on Instagram, they made sure that there's a photographer there to capture a nice.
I know. I thought about that, too. It's like, okay, we have to stage a photo here to share with everyone.
You don't have photographers around your house if they're ready?
But, I mean...
Or Travis snapped it with his phone. I mean, we don't know.
Possibly.
I know, but it's... anyway.
It doesn't matter. The baby's doing well.
Yeah.
It was like the...
that's the important thing.
Oh, God, I can't...
Hindenburg.
No, was it...
there were cameras all over the place.
Not John Mayer. Who was the one that we saw in the airport...
John Legend.
John Legend and his wife. Remember when she was like posted pictures of her crying in the hospital bed?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I know. All right, so Steve touched on this yesterday. Rumors abound as to why Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner are calling it quits after 4 years of marriage. The Game of Thrones actress was photographed celebrating with coworkers from her forthcoming series Joan at an arcade bar in Birmingham, England, just days before Jonas filed for divorce. You can't have fun.
You cannot have
when you're going
fun.
through a divorce. This news comes after a source told TMZ, quote, "She likes to party. He likes to stay home. They have very different lifestyles."
He was very candid about it. He says that his girl likes to party all the time. Party all the time.
Yeah.
She also likes to dance on top of cars and stumble out of bars.
So, by the way, some fans are... Is that a line from that song?
No, it's a line from their song, Sucker. I'm a sucker for you.
From the Jonas Brothers?
Yeah.
Okay. However, some fans are recalling an interview that Turner did with Conan O'Brien in 2020 in which she stated that she was, quote, a homebody and that Joe's a real social butterfly.
So who's lying here?
She added in the interview that she, quote, struggles to lock him down and have him just spend time with her.
You know what I heard, Preston? The whole thing collapsed because of something he saw happen on the Ring camera of their house.
Oh, really?
Or I believe it was his house, but it's the Ring camera. He saw her do something. It has not been specified, but apparently that's what brought it all down.
Interesting.
What he saw on that Ring camera.
Those stupid Ring cameras. I love it when like a guy goes outside to fart and then it gets
Catches
cashed.
Do you think that's what she did?
That's
Do you think she
probably
went
what
out on the
happened.
front porch
I
to
think
fart?
so.
And just
Yes.
ripped.
He had never heard?
Just an ass tearing.
Dear God!
That's why I say.
Oh, my God!
You told me you don't
You
do that.
told me you don't fart. You told me you had no butthole. I was all in and you lied to me.
You told me you had no
That's why you got to fart in front of your partner ASAP, man.
Yeah.
What?
How do you do that without a butthole?
What's going on out there without a butthole?
He's doing it through the intercom.
I knew
Through
it.
the.
It was you and Kim Jong-un. Is it Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-il who claimed to not have a butthole?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even know that.
Yes. Oh,
Oh my God.
yes. The word is that the North Koreans were told that his body is so efficient, he does not produce a waste. So he
That's
has-
unbelievable. Oh wow.
Do we know that it's not true, though?
No.
I mean, I've never seen.
I haven't
Nick,
seen his
you raised a good
butthole.
I've
point.
never seen
And
him
I was
poop.
being a little,
You're a little flippant on this one. Steve.
flippant on that. And you know what it is? It's jealousy.
I don't know. It's kind of nice having a butthole.
I agree.
Oh yeah.
Nothing like a good
Although
fart.
it will give you trouble from time
Yeah.
to time.
Sometimes
Casey.
you have to have surgeries on your buttholes.
That's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah.
Well, if you get a good Sophie Turner fart, then you feel really good.
I mean, there is that relief.
The hell is that? You said you had no butthole. I do.
She breaks down and admits it.
Sorry. Our whole marriage has been a lie. I wondered where the toilet paper was going.
The pair released a joint statement about their divorce on Instagram.
Wait, are you going to tell me you pee as well?
On Wednesday, and they wrote, after 4 wonderful years of marriage,
Wasn't that wonderful?
I know, probably, except maybe the last 6 months
Yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever. We have mutually decided to amicably end our marriage. There are many speculative narratives as to why, but truly, this is a united decision, they wrote.
Yeah.
That was the official statement.
I'm
Nothing
curious-
about the butthole in that statement. by
I'm
the way.
curious to find out if this Ring camera footage does figure in to this whole thing, because I saw it reported on a couple of different sites, a couple of different news sites. So eventually, maybe it'll leak out. Maybe if the divorce gets
Ugly?
ugly, we might see this.
Speaking of divorces,
Scared me a little.
that's now their doorbell.
What's wrong, Joe? Oh, I just learned my wife has a butthole. But besides that, nothing much else.
Speaking of divorces getting ugly, the estranged wife of Kevin Costner must be a bit upset. A judge has ordered Christine Baumgartner to pay his attorney fees.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the 49-year-old will be required to pay the $14,237,000 worth of legal fees that the actor accumulated during discussions regarding whether or not Baumgartner understood the prenuptial agreement she signed before their wedding in 2004. Now, listen.
Yeah, he had all his T's crossed and his I's dotted before they got married.
Listen to how this is playing out, because this is kind of funny.
Wait, and she was the one that wanted the divorce, right?
Well,
I
the
thought that's
word
what we
is
had
that
heard.
he also had made, you can't tell what the truth is, but apparently he had made maneuverings that suggested he wanted out as well.
Okay.
Okay. Well, anyhow, it's still unclear whether or not she will challenge the prenup. If she does and loses, she'll also be required to pay the attorney's fees incurred in defending the prenup. So it was previously reported the 68-year-old actor's legal team filed a court document asking if his former partner actually comprehended what she signed. Okay, now here's where it gets funny.
I love this.
Costner's lawyer, Lawyer Wasser, wrote in the filing, Christine's counsel asked for a definition of the word understood, and Kevin's counsel provided the dictionary meaning of the word understood, to wit, comprehend or perceive the intended meaning of words. Per TMZ, the filing came after Baumgartner's lawyer objected to Wasser stating that Baumgartner, quote, understood the legal effect of the premarital agreement before you signed the premarital agreement. Her attorney responded stating that the, quote, request is vague as to the scope of the meaning of the term understood,
Yeah.
adding that Baumgartner was, quote, unable to admit or deny the request. So
Your
there-
Honor, it's clear to everyone here and in the court that she's stupid and is having difficulty with these big words.
So that's what they're fighting over the word understood. Okay.
I had
I mean-
to explain to her, Your Honor, for an hour what an elevator is.
yeah.
It's like a big, like she's like stomping her feet going, this isn't fair. You need to give me money.
They look for these gray areas. You remember the classic President Clinton, it depends on what the meaning of it is.
Yeah.
And so, but listen, you want lawyers if you're in this kind of situation that are going to look for everything they can possibly do.
I think it was Steve.
That's right.
You're
right.
right.
Well, I had a friend who got screwed years ago in a divorce. She was married to somebody who had a lot of money, and they did have a prenup. And, of course, when you get married, you think it's going to last forever, and you sign it and whatever. But, I mean, the way it turned out, like, she literally left with nothing.
Well,
it's so funny, but it says, I signed it, but I didn't understand it. Well, I'm sorry,
But
you
that's-
signed it. You could have talked to someone who could have explained it to you.
But that's a defense for a lot of lot of these.
And they
that
swing for
have
the
prenup.
fences. Kathy, you would want your
Because
lawyers to
that
do
was
that.
my friends too.
Your
That-
Honor,
that they
Kathy's
said-
clearly mentally incapacitated.
Yeah, and that's what they'll do.
She does activities.
But they told her that's what they went for. They said you didn't understand it when you signed it.
Do you remember
And
years ago?
it didn't work, but
Yeah, right.
You remember, and it's sometimes like if a precedent is set and they can wedge it in there.
Yeah.
Years ago, there was something that it didn't exist, but now the term palimony exists, where, in other words, it was the actor Lee Marvin, and he was not married to this woman,
Right.
but she got sort of a financial payout,
Yeah.
right?
Send-off.
Which they called it palimony. It had not existed
remember
before.
that.
Remember that, right?
Yeah, totally.
And so if they can figure out a way to do it, they'll do it.
So if she does challenge the prenup, TMZ reports that she'll have to return the $1.5 million that Costner gave her and pay his attorney fees as well. So
Kathy,
maybe she
just
won't do it.
everyone walk away from this if they just go back into production on Yellowstone.
I mean,
Would you?
I think it's her. I blame her. I think that's why he is not doing it. I think
Is she the Yoko of Yellowstone?
I think he is distraught over this divorce. She has put so much stress on his life. Knock it off, lady.
I like Yoko of Yellowstone.
Yoko
It's
of
alliterative.
Yeah,
it rolls
right.
off the
Here's
tongue.
your Western.
Ruining it.
And it starts off in the beginning instead of like the Sound of Music, Preston. The helicopter comes in and she turns around.
I think he didn't do it so he could say in court, like, I'm not working right now. I can't give her the money.
I don't know where I'm going to get this money.
All right. Well, anyhow, we'll be watching this.
Yeah.
And we'll see what comes of it. Do you have that? I don't. Okay. Oh,
Damn
we
it.
lost the Yoko.
Oh, no.
We lost so much audio. Marissa can track that down at some point. We don't need it right away. But all right, according to Us Weekly, PETA has released a Pete Davidson costume on its website, inspired by the illicit voicemail that the Saturday Night Live star left them earlier this year. The voicemail came in response to criticism from the organization after they questioned why he bought his new dog from a pet store instead of adopting. So the costume features a mask of Davidson's face, wearing a hat that reads, it's all the like curse words. It's all the symbols,
Right,
like
right.
the hashtag and $sign and @ symbol and percentage and so on, and also a hoodie that reads "I should have adopted." So I guess that's their dig on him.
But it's lame
not really.
only because like you figure like a Halloween costume, the one that's going to be in the headlines, you got to be like at an OJ level. This was a small story. I don't think a lot of people even know about this.
Yeah, I agree. And Pete is the one who's putting this out.
Yeah.
So they're kind of capitalizing on that. But you're right. It wasn't big enough to be a full on.
They're going to have to explain the
costume.
hell out of it.
Yeah. Maya Hawke joked with her father, Ethan Hawke, about the 2015 paparazzi photos showing him and Rihanna talking at an NBA All-Star game. He said, I think he posted this, or he said, I've been caught by the paparazzi openly flirting with Rihanna. He said it was an interview with Variety with both of them. And Maya chimed in to say that actually he was trying to flirt with the singer. Yeah. Ethan replied, right, trying to flirt. So that's been a family shame. And you're really touching a nerve. And she fired back and said, no, it's family pride busting on you, essentially, is what they were saying. So they have a really cute relationship.
They do.
Father-daughter relationship.
I like him a lot, man. He's done
I
a
do
lot.
too.
He's done a lot. In fact, there was a movie of his that was on over the weekend. Do you remember? I think it was called Daybreakers. It's a vampire movie.
No, I never saw it.
But I'll send you the link to it. It's actually very well done, and he's very good in it.
Nice. Let me see. How about this? Weddings. Kristen Chenoweth married Josh Bryant over the weekend in Dallas, exchanging wedding vows in a ceremony awash in pink, one of the actress and singer's signature colors. They revealed the news in People magazine, which shared pictures to the couple's verified Instagram accounts. They met in 2016 when Bryant's then band Back Road Anthem had performed at Chenoweth's niece's wedding. And they began dating a couple of years later after the man played at her nephew's wedding. They were engaged in a rooftop proposal in 2021.
So it's basically the wedding singer.
Yeah, Chenoweth, who is 55, donned a full-skirted, strapless, blush Pamela Roland gown embellished with pearl flowers and with a statement bow at the back. She wore her hair loose and carried an unstructured bouquet of pink and white roses and dark greenery. Bryant, a guitarist, wore a light gray suit by J. Crew with a Prada belt and shoes.
Oh, look at that big bow on the back.
I just noticed all of this.
Wow.
That is a statement bow.
Wow.
That almost looks like ass wings.
I love your ass wings.
Their wedding portrait showed them posed in front of a black grand piano surrounded by pink and white flowers.
They're a lovely couple.
By the way, she had described herself as a self-proclaimed bachelorette. She said, I was never going to get married. I even got engaged before and couldn't do it until I met Josh. And then I was like, why? Whatever. Let this guy go.
What's the age spread on this?
She is 55 and he...
15.
No, he's 41.
Oh, all right. That's not bad at all.
bad.
She's just a little bit older.
That's
than
what she's been very good in the Schmigadoon and the that ongoing series on Apple. Very talented.
I like her.
Celebrity attendees included Catherine McPhee, David Foster, and Kathy Najimy.
Well, you know, clearly it was left off the list.
Hasselhoff.
You know how he is.
At a press conference for the film Priscilla during the Venice Film Festival on Monday, Priscilla Presley addressed the controversy surrounding her age when she and Elvis first met. She was 14.
Man,
at the
I
time.
waited till she was 14.
Elvis was 24. And she said, it was very difficult for my parents to understand that Elvis would be so interested in me and why. And she said, and I really do think because I was more of a listener.
Ah, that was it.
She said Elvis would pour his heart out to me in every way in Germany, his fears.
I'm
his
going to
hopes.
listen your brains out.
The loss of his mother, which he never, ever got over, she said.
That's right, man. I'm going to listen to you from behind.
Okay. I have a 14-year-old. You listen because you have no experience. What is she going to give you advice?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
I have nothing to offer you.
In the movie and in a few things, they depict her as being an old soul. An old soul at 14 makes you 15.
Yeah.
She said, and I was the person who really, really sat there to listen and to comfort him. That was really our connection. She added that even though I was 14, I was actually a little bit older in life.
Now, Sheila, listen. Here comes the choo-choo.
She said,
I'm listening.
dude,
Eat all your applesauce.
not in numbers. That was the attraction. People think, oh, it was sex. She says, no, it wasn't. I never had sex with him. He was very kind,
There's
very
only one kind of sex I do, you know, man.
very soft, very loving, but he respected the fact that I was only 14 years old. We were more in line in thought, and that was our relationship.
Okay, well, then when did you consummate your relationship?
Good question. Don't know. Priscilla, by the way, the movie received a 7-minute standing ovation during its premiere on Monday, by the way.
Well, they got married in 67. And what's her name was born in, Lisa Marie was born in 68. So they didn't wait that long to consummate their marriage. So
No.
So she was 14, but when they got back together again, how old was she? Because there was that time split.
well, they got married, Steve, in 67, and then they got divorced in 73 when she was the ripe old age of 20.
Wow.
And I don't know when they got
That's
back
right,
together after
man.
that.
All right, here comes the choo-choo.
Yeah.
And then he died in, 77? Yeah.
77,
so
yeah.
How old was she in 67 then?
She was 14.
Okay.
Yeah, and so they were, she was only 20 when they got divorced.
Jesus,
They got married when she was 14?
Oh, you know what? That's a good question. Maybe that's when
That's what I'm wondering. When did they get married?
they got okay, you guys are right. So she was 22 when they got married. They-
All right, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah, come on, man.
My bad.
That's sick, man.
Right, I'm sorry.
I mean, I
Elvis.
waited. I started dating her when she was 9, and then I waited.
Wow, so they were together for...
Yeah.
Did they date for 8 years before they got married?
That's probably right, man.
If they met when she was only 14, yes.
Well, I wanted her to graduate kindercare.
Wow. By the way, I mean, Elvis was banging everything he ran into at
Yes.
that time as well. You have to keep in mind as
Accidentally,
well.
too.
It just happened.
I'm sorry, man. I just had intercourse with you.
Yeah.
All right, timeline-wise, I'm sorry. I got to go back here. how old was she when Lisa Marie was born?
She was, oh, God.
Because you were giving out dates, and
Yeah, we got the numbers incorrect.
Yeah,
there for a
Lisa Marie
second.
was born in 1968, at which point Priscilla Presley would have been 23.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That's respectable, man.
Yeah.
Stop giving me crap.
All right, we're going to back off here.
I ain't just because I dated a 14-year-old.
Back off, War Child. Seriously.
All right.
That's right, man. Back off,
Elvis.
Warchild. Seriously.
Back off, War Child.
Sonny.
Seriously.
Sonny and Warchild, come on, back off.
I bet you Elvis would like Point Break.
Absolutely, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's his kind of movie, right?
Absolutely,
liked law
man.
enforcement
That's
stuff.
Shakespeare for me, man.
All right, I do have some other stories. Linda Evangelista,
That's right.
the supermodel, has revealed her secret battle with breast cancer, saying that she has undergone a mastectomy and chemotherapy in a bid to beat the disease, but still fears for her future.
Did not know that. I saw
Yeah.
a recent picture of her. She looks terrific.
Yeah, she's 58 years old. She disclosed her harrowing health ordeal in a new interview with Wall Street Journal magazine on Tuesday, revealing that doctors first detected cancer during an annual mammogram in 2018. She said the margins were not good, and due to other health factors, without hesitation, because I wanted to put everything behind me and did not have to deal with this, I opted for a bilateral mastectomy. Subsequently, she believed that she was cancer-free and set for life, but her troubles were just beginning. In October 2022, she discovered a lump on her chest and immediately had an MRI scan. The result revealed that there was cancer in her pectoral muscles.
Okay.
She told the doctor, dig a hole in my chest. I don't want it to look pretty. I want you to excavate. I want to see a hole in my chest when you're done. Do you understand me? And I'm not dying from this, she said. She kept the cancer battle private in a bid to avoid media scrutiny. She subsequently underwent radiation and chemotherapy that caused her to lose her hair. After completing treatment, the Canadian-born model was told that her prognosis was good, a word which still alarms her. She said, not great? Why isn't it great? She asked her surgeon, who
After
told
all
her,
she did.
once it's come back, there's a chance that it will return again, she had said. So she is in remission, but she says she has horrible oncotype score, a number that represents the recurrence risk of cancer. And with her future uncertain, she believes that every day is previous. She said, I know I have one foot in the grave, but I'm totally in celebration mode.
I give her all the credit in the world, man. It's anyone
Yeah.
who's done that or does the preemptive thing or deals with that. It ain't easy.
She is mom to a 16-year-old son, Augustine, whom she shares with her billionaire ex, Francois-Henri Pinault. The supermodel didn't disclose how her son has dealt with the cancer battle, but she did open up about blending families with Pinault. The French businessman is now married to Salma Hayek, with whom he shares a daughter, so he wins.
That's right, man.
But she says, speaking of Salma Hayek, she said, I love that woman. She's a woman's woman, just like me. She's so family-oriented and so positive. She's a blessing to us. She was very, very generous and kind to me while I was going through my chemo. So that's
I love to hear that.
really nice to hear.
Good for you, Salma
I
Hayek.
remember she also had that issue, Evangelista did, from that cosmetic fat freezing procedure.
Yes.
Cool sculpting left her,
Right.
quote, permanently deformed and brutally disfigured. She filed a $50 million lawsuit against Cool Sculpting's owner for emotional distress and lost income and settled in July of last year. So she probably got
She
a nice
needed a win.
chunko change from that.
Nick,
Yeah.
were you deformed from that too?
I did not have any deformities. No, I had great abs as a result.
Dude, I was really bummed out to see this morning. Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel is going away.
So I know you are a big fan. I will watch that show. I am not totally wrapped up in the world of sports.
Neither am
but
I.
It is a different kind of approach.
As I've said before, it's just compelling journalism. It's just well done. It gets the human side of all these stories, and they do it so well. Gumbel, who has hosted the show since 1995, confirmed on Wednesday that the investigative sports series would be coming to an end, and the acclaimed program has run on HBO for nearly 3 decades.
So he's going to start hosting American Ninja Warrior, right?
I think that's going to be his next step. No, he said, since day one at Real Sports, we've consistently tried to look beyond the scoreboard and focus instead on the many societal issues inherent in the world of sports. In the process, we have had the opportunity to tell complex stories about race, gender, class, opportunity, and so much more. And being able to do so at HBO for almost 3 decades has been very gratifying. I'm proud of the imprint we've made, so I'm ready to turn the page. Although goodbyes are never easy, I've decided that now is the time to move on.
Has he suggested what he's going on to? Because I know he loves making duck decoys.
No, maybe that'll be a permanent part of his life now. This year, he received the Sports Emmys Lifetime Achievement Award. Additionally, over the course of the show's 29-year history, Real Sports was awarded 37 Sports Emmys and 3 Peabody Awards as well. So It's sad to see it go. It's such a great show. But it's one that you can go back and watch old episodes of because the stories are not necessarily super time sensitive. It's just stories about sports and from the majors to little leagues. I mean, they cover pretty much everything and everything from ice fishing to football, and all that in between. So this is interesting. Deadline reports that Samuel L. Jackson is in talks to star as the U.S. president in the forthcoming film The Beast, one of the films to receive a waiver from SAG-AFTRA.
Right now, Yolanda!
Yeah. The movie centers on the capabilities of a presidential limousine nicknamed The Beast by Secret Service as a coup takes place in the U.S.
I saw a breakdown of The Beast and what it has armor-wise and defensive capability-wise. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. I
remember when it got stuck in
They took it into a country in the Middle East, I remember, and they couldn't. It was too big to maneuver around
make
the
a
area.
turn. Yeah.
All right, and then one last thing. Those who didn't make it to the theater to see Barbie will soon have the option to watch this year's biggest hit in their own homes. Entertainment Weekly reports that Barbie will be available to rent or buy September 12th.
Oh, okay, next week.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Great.
So
that's really
You didn't see it in the theaters, Kathy?
I didn't see it. No, because Jace wouldn't go with me.
Right.
Aw.
Huh.
Preston would have gone with you.
I would have gone with you. I was happy to go see that movie. But it's going to be on platforms such as Amazon Prime Video, Apple TV, and Google Play. So am I wrong?
No,
or is that a really quick turnaround?
The turnaround is amazing now. How quickly this stuff ends up on streaming, and a lot of times I'll go and I'll think, okay, they're just putting it up here for pre-order, and it's like, no, it's available now.
Yeah, dude, The Equalizer's out.
Yeah.
I want to go see that.
Yeah,
in the theater.
I will go see that in the theater. We went to see Barbie in the movie theater, and every time I go to the actual movie theater, I'm like,
you love it.
I need to do this more often.
Yeah, with the right movies.
There's a really great movie theater in Souderton called The Broad, and it's a smaller movie theater, and I love it. And it's nearby. And
Do you
I
ever
wanna
go by
support
yourself?
that.
Because I go to the movies by myself
all the time.
I have. It's been a while since I've done it, but I certainly have gone to movies by myself. Yeah, I don't mind it.
I have a good theater set up at home, which is great. But there's to go see it in a theater. Theater is always a rush, especially if it's Casey, I used to go to the movies all the time by myself.
Yeah, I mean, I still do, and I have 2 theaters that are kind of equidistant from my house, and usually it's like on a whim, like it'll be like Friday night, like 10 o'clock, and
Well, for some porn.
Yeah, no, but I'll go to like the Fandango app, and I'm like, oh, I wonder, what time the Equalizer's. I'm like, oh, dude, it starts in 15 minutes, and I'll go, hey, I'm going to movies. You know?
Wow.
And the word on the Equalizer is very visceral, very cool, and a wonderful wrap up.
Excellent.
I don't want them to wrap it up, but I understand it.
I saw some extended clips yesterday, and I stopped watching. I'm like, okay, I need to see this in its entirety. All right, we are now going to do the clips for you. Mystery clips?
Yeah.
All right, mystery clips.
We don't have any right now.
Really?
They're even mystery to me.
Okay. All right. Then it's a mystery to everyone.
What? No. I mean, they're literally not over. So
all right. They're
if
not
you-
sent over.
So vamp.
Not just the. Sometimes we get a.
Here, you know what?
We get a sheet that explains it.
We'll
and then-
vamp with this.
Okay. I'm just playing this.
Yep.
Okay.
There it is.
That's the beginning. Yoko of Yellowstone. Hills are alive.
Wait. Can we do where her head explodes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. One more time. Here we go.
And what was worse, her or the pompous people standing around in the art museum going, interesting.
I'm feeling this. And offering their interpretations.
We are ready now.
Mystery clips.
And this is another one of those. If anybody gets this,
All right.
It'll be a miracle.
I'll give you $100.
All right. Raise your hand. Casey will give you $100 if you get it right. Here we go.
It's a really fun movie about a couple of young people. They're taking cakes into bars as kind of an exercise to get more confident, meet some people. And the movie really, it's not what you expect, because it actually turns out one of the girls is going to have a life-changing diagnosis, and things get a little bit heavy.
They're taking cakes into bars.
Cakes or kegs? I heard kegs.
I heard cakes.
I heard
I heard
cakes.
cakes.
Let's
so.
hear it again.
All right. Yeah.
It's a really fun movie about a couple of young people. They're taking cakes into bars.
I heard
You're right.
cake.
Yeah.
Well, apparently that is Trish Sy,
Never would have got that.
S-I-E. And, Marissa's got the info sheet.
So Trish Sy is the director of Sitting in Bars with Cakes.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Rom-com that's about exactly what it sounds like, and it comes out tomorrow on Amazon Prime.
Sitting in Bars with Cakes. Who is it? All right, let's see who's in this movie. Nick's going to pull up the IMDb of that real quick.
Pretty worth the damn.
Bette Midler.
Hey.
There you go.
Okie dokie.
Bette Midler.
All right, here is the next mystery clip. Oh, Ron Livingston's in it, too.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, well, there you go.
All right, let's see if we know who this is. Do we get $100 if we get this? right?
No, I'll give it to a listener. You
Okay.
guys don't deserve $100. Our
All right,
listeners
here,
do, though.
here we go.
There's definitely a lot of real in Virgin River. I think there's enough real emotion to it that I think people connect to the characters and believe in the relationships enough. I think it's very heightened reality, but the emotions are real enough and deep enough to actually make it relatable.
Ricardo Montalban.
Oh, my gosh.
He's dead.
Is that-
No, God damn it. Who is it?
It's
Marissa, who is
the
that?
lead guy from Virgin River. I forget his name.
Kathy, you just won $100.
Hey!
Virgin River is back for season 5 on Netflix today.
I didn't have
Is it
Have
Tim
you
River?
watched Virgin River?
Is it
Oh,
Tim
yeah,
Matheson?
His name is Martin Henderson.
Oh, okay.
He plays
We had-
Jack. Just Jack.
We had
Tim Matheson.
on the show.
The otter from Animal House. Yeah.
And he was talking about Virgin River.
Yes, he was.
He was talking about Virgin River. Yeah, it's,
and we acted like we cared.
No, it's I love it. It's kind of like
You
it.
love it?
The show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a soap opera ish
Oh,
show.
okay.
Is Tim Matheson in it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, but
That's why we had him
that
on.
wasn't him speaking, though.
No, it wasn't. It was the other guy.
Okay, and
and Ned O'Toole's in it?
Martin Henderson.
I used to have a crush on Annette O'Toole.
Yeah, so that's right. She from Smallville and many other things. But yeah, very cool.
Yeah,
yes,
Tim
I
Matheson-
remember this, Kathy. You said you enjoyed it.
Yeah, he plays the doctor of this very small town.
Did you watch? Have you watched it all the seasons?
Yep, I watched all the seasons, ready for
Oh.
this season.
There you go.
There's some
right.
scandalous things happening, people.
Okay. All right.
All right,
Like dating a 14-year-old?
that's the last for the entertainment report. We need to take a break because it's already 10 minutes after 7 o'clock, and we got a lot of stuff to do. We have some guests on the program, and we have the back to school A to Z. And it's
Are you ready for love?
It's all about love, as Kill Bill would say. It's all about love. We are in the loves. With the very first song we played is the first of the love section. It will be the entire program today with us. So we'll be back with the love songs on the back to school A to Z. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl or cat food for your stray cats and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Leaning back way far. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
That's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number 1 in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York. Conby in Los Angeles. Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Voted #1 in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
Hi,
a.
we're Warren. When we're in town, we want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine to see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. I'm not going west. Next step, selling blood.
Yeah. So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in that, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Love me some good Fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the Fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston, Nightshade in Los Angeles, and in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's terrible. I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dog.
Right. That's. Yeah, I mean, you know, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Yeah, thank you.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer the goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone. Great food. Answer the goddamn phone. Open all night.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have 2 here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Oh, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age.
Oh.
And they all lie about theirs. So
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you, I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw. I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So I mean, that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love, we all love, that is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this. Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work, I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always. When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, just, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. And that's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you did, look at all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together.
Okay.
So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? It wasn't really like a hard thing to do, because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and then all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But you also, your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself.
Right.
And I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Started at 9?
Yeah.
Parker Lewis Can't Lose. Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff.
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Okay. Did they initially, or because would it first really? Because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was. And did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up?
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show. Period. Like they had no idea what was going to happen. But once the show was successful, then it was like, every network strategy is going to be, how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted. What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward.
Yeah. Want to do that again, but there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's, the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
No, that's a good question. We were wondering about that, about the, Preston and I were having a talk earlier about, the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's there's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette. And there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because
absolutely
the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're
and
right.
then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who were in.
That's why I didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be
outta
allowed.
here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes, you lift a clip out, you lift a soundbite out of context, and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
If the light is on,
You can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going,
right?
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up, and then kill the people's?
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to ruin it for other people. Yeah,
so,
no,
you know,
it makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Yeah, which is
for pulling
also
his phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
yeah, if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm Gonna Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really, he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
got it done.
That got it done. Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah,
they were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era.
93.3 WMMR.
Hey, heads up. Nick McElwain has got an event tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a Thursday night kickoff. It's back with football season underway. Bud Light, Thursday night kickoff. And tonight, Nick will be at the Grog.
I love the Grog.
In Bryn Mawr.
Love that place.
Yeah, they're great.
7 and 9 tonight, and they're going to have $3 Bud Light drafts until during all NFL games. And there's going to be free MMR Bud Light Kelly Green T-shirts to be given away. You also get registered for a chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets to the home opener, which will be along on the 14th against Minnesota, and that's courtesy of Bud Light. And you can stop by. You got to be at least 21 or older to enter to win.
My trainer Dwayne goes there so much they actually put a little commemorative plaque with his name.
Are you serious?
Shut up.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Dwayne in a while.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
he'll probably head over.
Yeah, let him know. Yeah, I'm there 7 to 9 tonight, and as Preston said, a chance to win Eagles tickets, which is really cool. So I'm looking forward to being there tonight.
Excellent. All right. So real quick with the video footage of the escaped convict climbing up the wall the way he did. If you haven't seen that yet, he essentially is prone with his hands on one wall and his feet on the opposite facing wall, and then crawls up the same way this other dude gotten out but not successfully escaped from the entire facility, which, by the way, he had to have gotten the idea from that guy.
I would imagine.
Because I'm sure word got around in the prison. Dude, yo,
you can do this.
Dude did this and so on. So he probably thought, all right, I'll give it a shot. And he successfully did it. And the guy that was in the tower that was supposed to be watching that is on leave as of right now as they're investigating how this whole thing went out. But what I was going to ask is, does everybody in their group of friends have that one person that can, do a backflip or climb, parkour, I guess, for lack of a term. When I was growing up there, there wasn't a thing called parkour, but we did have a guy that was the backflip dude and the guy, the climber, and all that.
As crazy as it sounds, I was sort of that guy.
You were sort of that guy?
I was front flip guy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and wouldn't dare try it now. But,
just on the ground?
I would do a full body flip on the ground. Yeah, and I could do it. Never got hurt. I knew how to. I watched this footage about how a stunt man showed you how to spread the impact, and it would diminish it when you flipped over. So I could do it. And
so
then
you would land on all four?
I would as if an explosion had occurred behind me. I'd do a full forward flip onto my back, and like I'd been blown off my feet.
Oh, on your back. Okay,
Yeah.
I gotcha. I thought you meant all the way back around land on your feet.
Oh no.
Because back flippers can do that.
That I could. Yes. No. I'd be in traction for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
There's a kid at Jace's school. I was at an event, and the kid walked off the curb like it was nothing. I thought he was just walking by, and he did first he did a front flip, and then he did a back flip off of it. And I was like, oh my God, that's dangerous. And I couldn't believe they just let him do it on the playground. But kid was excellent. He got all the way around, but it was more of like, you could tell he wasn't a gymnast. He was like a parkour kid.
Okay, so the guy that did it amongst our group was a guy named Mike Sitchie, and he would always do the backflip at parties. And one night, Mike had a little bit too much.
Oh
drink.
boy!
No.
See, yeah,
did a backflip and somehow or another just face planted. It didn't, like physically harm him in the sense that he broke bones and things, but he got road rash all over his face and stuff like that. I don't know how he ended up on his face, but he did.
I remember always trying like stuff like that. I remember the classic run up the wall.
Okay, so that's the one thing of all these type of stunty things, the Jackie Chan run up the corner of two walls thing. That's the one that freaks me out the most, and I would love to be able to do it. And it looks like you see somebody do it, and you're like, yeah, I could do that. Yeah.
What I'm talking about, Preston, is running to the wall, running up, and flipping backwards.
Yeah, I did that.
Doing that. That's awesome, too.
I had to teach myself how to do all that stuff.
It would technically be awesome, but you have to pick the right wall.
Yeah.
Which I did not. I picked drywall.
Oh.
So your feet slipped?
Did you go through it?
My 1 foot went through the wall. Oh, yeah. I kid you not. Wow.
That always looks like it's like you. I look at that. I'm like, I probably could do that. I would never try.
You know what? So much of it is, Kathy. So much of it is committing. The problems always occur with the hesitation, that last second hesitation. There is a girl I went to school with who was a gymnast who was phenomenal, and she would do the walking along full flip without putting her hands out. Wow. Where her face would be just inches from the ground and do a full body flip. It's like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Well, with diving, I was never, I didn't have enough courage to try it.
You didn't do any flips or anything?
Not on the ground.
Okay.
But I'm saying with diving, I could do the front flip and the back flip, and I would do it like just off the side of the pool, right off of the concrete.
Okay.
And I'd get all the way around, and my feet would be straight before I even hit the water. So I could have probably done it on the ground, but I didn't. I would never. I was always too nervous to do that.
Do you know where you could feed into that desire to do that stuff? Did you guys have trampolines in high school?
Yeah. Well, I would easily do it on the trampoline.
That was the best. Could you do?
Backflips and front flips, and all kinds of different maneuvers on.
You could Jackie Chan it up on that.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know what thing has been impressing me lately? I've seen these videos where the people do the trampolines and then they kind of walk up the walls and then they come back down on the trampoline and then they go back up on the wall.
Yeah,
and do the flips. It's so amazing, and it's real strength and gymnastic talent.
There's one that's making the rounds. It is awesome. This girl, I think it's a girl, appears to be in what is her bedroom. She goes running, jumps out the window, does a flip. There's a trampoline. She bounces from the trampoline backwards through the window and into her room.
Wow.
It's incredible.
Remember at Dorney Park in the Halloween?
They're great. These skeletons.
They did these skeletons like that, Nick, on the trampolines. Yeah. And they had like holes in the wall that they would end up going into.
We just sat there like idiots watching it like, oh my God.
I know. It was so cool.
Yeah.
But there's a video that makes the rounds on social media of this guy walking. There's a staircase that's next to the trampoline, and he's very slowly walking, and he just slowly falls over and bounces right back up to the next step.
It's great.
It's impressive. Hang on, I want to go to Chris on the phones. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. How's it going?
Good. What's up, man?
Yeah, I've always been like the backflip guy and everything.
Oh no.
And I used to at weddings and big parties when Weezer by Buddy Holly would come on.
Or Buddy Holly from Weezer, yeah.
Yeah, I do the Fonzie dance, like from Happy Days.
The Russian, the saber dance.
The Russian dance, exactly. And then I'd always end it with a backflip. I was at my one friend's wedding, and I did the Buddy Holly dance for a little too long, and my legs were a little bit weak.
Oh, no.
And I walked up to my buddy Grant, and I said, my legs are shot. I can't do this. And he's like, dude, everybody's waiting for you. You got to do it. So I was like, okay, here we go. So I did 3/4 of a flip. I landed on my face, and I stood up, and I had blood squirting out of my eyebrow.
Oh, no!
And so I rushed into the bathroom, and I had I could see the bone through my eyebrow.
Oh, dude, that's and
I had to go right to the hospital and get 7 stitches in my eyebrow.
I'd rather see that.
fear of that story, and you know what? Case.
Yeah.
So you as a diver.
Wow, thanks,
I mean,
Chris.
did you ever get to the point where you would attempt? Because I could do again a full flip in the air. I mean, I could jump pretty high and do it, but the notion of jumping backwards, and the fear of landing on your face is just too much.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've done front flips and back flips. I've never been good enough to actually, land it. I think that when I've done a front flip, I've landed,
standing, not on a diving board.
Yeah, that's what you were asking, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. But I've made the attempt, and I've landed it in the tuck position on the ground.
Yeah.
Just for some reason, coming off of the ground, I wasn't able to get the rotation that was necessary to complete it.
Kathy, your cousin at
Yeah.
your wedding, he's a professional dancer. He did a backflip there.
Yeah, he does a backflip every day. He does one backflip every single day. He's in his 50s. He
No
still does
kidding.
it. Yeah, at weddings, wherever wherever there's a
In
party.
line at Wawa.
He'll always throw up a backflip. Yeah, he's he posts video. He lives at the beach. He lives in Point Lookout, New York, and he lives there all year long. So once a day, he will walk to the beach. He takes video and he does one backflip every day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting. Well, listen, it's obviously we're talking about a killer who's on the loose, and that's the bigger story. But seeing that footage yesterday when they showed it on the news, I'm like, whoa! I'm like, okay, that's a little more involved than I thought it was.
The dude's 120 pounds, 5 feet, and I mean, I've done that. It's hard.
It's got to be hard.
Very hard.
Yeah, it's all your body weight.
So my algorithm on Instagram is a whole bunch of dogs and otters and raccoons and people doing cool flips.
Right.
And so recently, and Kath, I don't know if your algorithm is similar to mine, but recently there's a guy who is overweight.
I know you're talking about. Is it a trampoline park?
No.
Oh,
No. He's on the ground.
Oh, really?
He's on the ground doing full-on, back handsprings, back flips. Kath, what are those things where you do a cartwheel but don't actually hit your hands on the ground?
Oh, an aerial.
Aerial.
That's what I was talking about.
Aerials,
The girl I was talking about was doing those where her hands didn't touch the ground and her face.
Oh, yeah. I was good at those.
You could do that?
I could do those. Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, I've seen the big guy on the diving board, which is one thing, but this dude is doing it on the ground, which is way different. It's not this guy. The dude I'm talking about is white. This dude's black. But that's pretty cool. That guy just did a round off backflip.
Yeah. Connor, see if you can find there's a huge guy who does a series of flips on he's got to be at a trampoline park. What is that? The Fun Zone or whatever it is.
Sky Zone.
Sky Zone.
Yeah.
And this guy is just huge, but his rotation is amazing.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm not as impressed on the trampoline as I am on
definitely
the grass,
not.
you know?
But, especially because you got that weight going down, it's going to spring you way back up. But it's pretty cool to see. Kathy, with the aerial thing, when's the last time you did one of those?
Oh, God, I don't know.
Do it right now.
Let's go.
Let's do it right now.
I would die.
A piece of tragic news from the studios of WMR. Kathy Romano, newscaster, had her head literally snapped off.
After a little practice, I could probably show you how it's done because those are actually not. I mean, it's difficult to do, but it's you can do it without getting hurt because you can always put your hands down if you're not going to make it.
Right.
That's how I taught myself how to do it because I would just tap my hands down, and eventually, as I got higher, I was able to not have to use my hands at all.
Did you do it off a springboard, or did you? You obviously did
just
that
on the
on
ground.
matting.
I taught myself on the trampoline, and then I was able to do it on the ground.
Where are your hands when you're doing that? Are they by your side?
Yeah,
or?
kind of
Okay.
just like tucked in.
Wow. All right. Well, it's interesting, and I think that most people have that friend who does that.
Right.
Who's the person that say, "Well, here, watch this."
Hopefully, it's not this guy.
And at some point, they realize they can't do that anymore. And by the time that happens, it's usually followed by a trip to the emergency room
or the morgue.
All right, I have a completely different story, and I wanted to bring this up because we have a number of guests on the show, so I wanted to make sure that I got this in. But yesterday, plans to build a highway cap and there were 2 plans that were revealed yesterday over a highway cap over a section of the Vine Street Expressway that are taking space. But there's also another thing that's going to be taking place at Penn's Landing, and it's where they're going to build a 12-acre park over I-95.
It's really going to happen?
They said it's finally, they're doing, actually it was the groundbreaking.
Well, and
yesterday.
And the governor, who's
Shapiro,
gotten on this and is emphatically committed to seeing this through. So it seemed to have stalled for a while. When they first introduced it, Preston, everyone was going, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
And the plans they're showing here looked sensational.
It will become known as the park at Penn's Landing. And I think this is obviously it's way overdue. There have been plans. They've talked about stuff like this for ages. They even talked about linking, Camden and PA with the gondola or whatever. Shapiro said this is going to be a place where we can celebrate one another. This is going to be a place of peace and freedom where we can all come together. The movement for reconnecting the city to the waterfront via structure over the federal highway began with an executive order under the administration of Mayor Street in the early 2000s, but it took years of meetings planning and finding funding to move to fruition throughout the administrations of Mayor Nutter and now Mayor Kennedy. And so they're ready to get it going now.
Both of these ideas absolutely fascinate me. I've wanted them for a long time, as have most Philadelphians, because in large part, there are so many great neighborhoods in Philly for walking. But 2 of them that you cannot walk to currently are Penn's Landing and from one side of Chinatown to the other. And the city needs it. And Casey, I'm like you. I'm skeptical and I'm a bit cynical when it comes to these types of projects because they are really expensive and they often take a long time if they ever happen at all. But I for whatever reason, these 2 I actually have faith in.
Yeah, this has been long overdue. That riverfront is primed.
Yes. Oh my God, it's going
primed to be much more better managed and accessible.
It's so unused. It's such a missed opportunity. If you're talking about generating revenue.
It's one of the best parts in most major cities, like Chicago, like Pittsburgh, like Baltimore, all that stuff. They've got waterfront areas that are perfect for you to be out and just experience and be outside.
Yeah, and Steve, a lot of the reason why, especially along the Delaware River, is you just haven't been able to walk to it before, And
it's true.
If you're in Center City or if you're in Old City or whatever, now if this comes together, you'll have the ability to walk from, say, City Hall to the river, and it's way, way, way overdue.
And so the other one that I started with is they're calling it the Chinatown Stitch. And I
can do that move.
It's a cap that will essentially cover over the Vine Street Expressway.
Isn't that what you do after someone gives birth if you want to return the vagina to
That's the gentleman's
Oh,
stitch.
I'm sorry.
But every design for this one includes green space, room for public plazas, traffic calming measures. So that if they do both of these, now I think the one on Penn's Landing, Penn's Landing is a little more developed and moving forward. They're still pitching the ideas about the Chinatown.
So the ETA on the completion of this, I haven't seen anything really mentioned.
I haven't seen that either. So here's a couple of these particulars. Pedestrians and cyclists trying to reach Penn's Landing, they have to use the Walnut Street pedestrian bridge over 95 and Columbus Boulevard, and the bridge is going to be closed beginning this month for starts of construction for the 11.5-acre park. Pedestrians will then have to use the Dock Street bridge to cross over 95. Dock Street in general. Heavy construction, including demolition of the Walnut Street Bridge, is expected to start within the next few months. When complete, the park will cover about 4 acres over 95 between Chestnut and Walnut Streets. Another 7 acres will slope down to the waterfront from Columbus Boulevard, which is, of course, formerly Delaware Avenue, along that section.
It's pretty cool.
It's going to cost about $360 million for design and construction.
My only issue with this is, and I'm pro both of them. I like the ideas for both of these ideas a lot. But do you guys ever have the issue when you're driving, say, on 76 or 676, and you go through some of these tunnels where it's bright outside, and then you completely lose the ability to see anything,
the one right
and then you come out on the other side of the tunnel, and you're like, oh my God, I'm blinded again.
Yeah, the one right by 30th Street Station.
Yes,
Nick,
that's exactly it.
And they just, put better lights in there. We were talking yesterday
That would
about
do it.
LED lights.
So it's not as austere a transition. Yeah.
But it may end up, depending on how much they use of this, I think it was the one over Vine Street Expressway, the Chinatown Stitch, that may be technically become a tunnel.
Yes.
On 676 going through there on the Vine Street Expressway.
Which would require like certain amount of ventilation,
Correct.
and fire prevention, and things along those lines.
Yeah, so they have to look into the legalities
Do
of
you know who would love
whole
that, though? The Chuds, the cannibalistic underground dwellers.
Yeah.
So plans for the park at Penn's Landing call for gardens, a cafe, a large timber pavilion.
Ooh, timber pavilion.
And an amphitheater. And the Independence Blue Cross River Rink, which is now at Penn's Landing, would be dismantled and relocated to the new park. So they would definitely keep that.
It would be wild to have something,
man.
I hope I get to see it.
Right.
I'm not going to see the successful Mars mission more than likely, but I want to see this.
The park will also have open space, a play area, and cafe. It will include a contemplative setting.
I love contemplative settings.
For the existing Irish and Scottish memorials, currently at the southeast corner of Front and Chestnut.
I'm Irish, too.
The memorials would be relocated a block south to the new cap at Front and Walnut.
So, Steve, when you had the Moshaloo, Mutiny on the Moshaloo fundraiser, parking down there was pretty tough. So I had to park basically on Front Street, Front and Dock. And so I ended up walking through what is that park now.
Right.
I hope that when they do complete this, that it gets used, and B, gets used properly. You know what I mean? Because
well, they have to rethink their parking situation, to make it, because this will be a destination.
Yeah.
So it won't be that, we just happen to use it because it's here. People will come from different areas to go to it.
Yeah, especially if they're going to have an amphitheater there. That means shows are going to be there. They're going to be putting on special events, so they're going to need parking in and around that area for sure. When work ramps up on the cap, which includes setting beams into place to support the cap, contractors will close sections of the highway overnight during the work week, but not on weekends. Detours will be in place from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. so as not to impact daily commuters. So that's
what are those detours going to be like? That's
going to be a bit of an issue. But I mean, there are ways around. You got to take a little bit of a way if you need to get off. If you're heading southbound, get off 676 Vine Street Expressway over to the Schuylkill and then sneak back over to 95. I guess so.
You take a little tour.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's okay though, man. If they can give us a viable. I assume it's going to be a couple of years, right? It's going to happen.
I would guess.
It's huge.
Yeah. But then again, they fixed 95 in 2 weeks. So
that's right. Yes. So maybe this is 4 weeks.
Yeah. Hang on. Our buddy Ra is on the line with a comment. Hey, Ra. Morning, ma'am.
Would you like the New World Order with pickles?
Very good.
What's up, bud?
I love that. So listen, I said the same thing. First of all, Steve, I have the same fear. Am I going to be young enough to enjoy it?
I know.
I don't want to be like, oh, this is nice. Look what they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But first of all, they need to make sure that there's also Wi-Fi under everything, because whenever you go, especially like when you're on Vine Street or whatever, not Vine Street, but 76, going towards South Street, and you get under that little underpass going under City Hall, not City Hall, but 30th Street and all that.
Right.
Your GPS will start doing all types of stupid stuff, making you want to turn and all this other horrible.
You're right.
Ra, it puts me, if I'm going under that, it then puts me on the other side of the river.
Wow.
In Center City. It's really weird.
It puts you in Camden?
No. If I'm going by 30th Street Station.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It puts me on the other side of the Schuylkill River.
Oh, that's wild.
And
how we turning left, and I'm like, dude, you're trying to kill me, GPS.
Yeah, it's weird.
The other thing is, they have so much river and road connection down there where that stupid ship is sitting there down there by IKEA. They could make all of that such an awesome tourist attraction if they just did the waterfront correctly. And you were saying that, and I was totally just yelling at the radio like, yo, that's exactly what I've been saying.
Well, Ron, to that point about the ship, they took the Queen Mary years ago in California and made it a tourist destination. Take that ship, refurb it, make it a hotel, and do a Queen Mary job on it. Obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but it would be really cool.
Well, also, it would be cool if we could just leave from there and take cruises from that area.
Right. A port.
Like, my whole thing is I know they're supposed to be dredging the Delaware to make it deeper or whatever. once they get that done, that'd be awesome to leave from Philly and be able to take a cruise from Philly around wherever, right?
Yeah, it's all awesome, but I agree, as we said earlier, will it be done in our lifetimes?
9 years old.
Yeah. I'm going on a cruise.
I need them to get Rail Park done. If you've been to Rail Park, it's a beautiful notion.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a part. Rob, that's a part of this. The 676 stitch is that they're going to connect it to the rail park. Again, in theory, but if they're able to do that, you're right. It would be a really nice bridge from one part of the city to the other.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep our fingers crossed.
That's right. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed.
All right, Rob. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Marissa, what do you want to say?
All right, two quick things. One, I feel like this is our big dig. If anybody knows about the big dig in Boston, like, what was that, like 10 or 15 years? Like, I feel like there is light at the end of the tunnel. Literally. But two, can we all just promise right now on the radio that we will use this? Because
you mean it'll be built and then nobody goes there and then it's a waste? I would think it'll be used.
I hope so, because already right now they have Spruce Street Harbor Park down there that's right by the Hilton. It is great down there, and you can walk from there up to like Head House Square and the South Street area. I do it all the time, but it's just very underutilized. And even Rob was talking about where that boat is by IKEA. There is a bike trail back there.
Right.
That's really great. That has like a lookout tower. And it's really beautiful there.
They're going to connect all this stuff. But I think, though, Marissa, even though, yes, you can take a footbridge to get across 95, you're still going across a narrow bridge as opposed to having this wide area to just stroll out there. You know what I mean? I think it'll get used.
No, I agree 100%. And I think every time I'm walking down Delaware Avenue down there, and it's like you see Spruce Street Harbor Park, they have all the lights and the hammocks hanging out, but you're like, it's so separated. You just wish people would come. So please,
It's also too shady there, too. There's too many trees. I'm
not opposed to that.
About that.
Damn foliage and oxygen.
All right. Well, anyhow, I'm excited about the news.
Absolutely.
I think we'll have to have like a party or something like that.
Marissa, since you live closest, you'll have to use it the most for us, okay?
Yeah.
Done.
All right. All right. Well, listen, I do want to take a break because we have a lot of things to get to today, a lot of stuff to give to you. You know what? Can I do? Piccalilli's here.
Do it.
Our friends from Piccalilli
I smell 'em.
are here. I know it smells fantastic. And I have, a $50 gift card to give away to the Piccalilli Inn. We'll take caller number 17 at 215-263. WMMR, there has never been a better time to take the trip to the Pick. And you can get your carryout orders in now for Sunday's game and enjoy their award-winning wings, tails, and ears. So call right now, 215-263. WMMR, caller 17. You get set up. We're going to come back, bizarre file stories and love songs in the back-to-school A to Z. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It really was. It was an homage to them.
And the blaxploitation movies of the
those
70s.
are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with "Don't Be a Menace."
Yeah. So I was on the set of "I'ma Get You, Sucker." 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing, and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later. Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
Happy birthday to you. So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, I don't. But I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles, and there it is.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Choo choo, choo choo, kaboogie, boop boop, badoop boop, badoobie, boo boo boo, boo boo boo, boo boobie.
Wow. Didn't even know we had that. All right, so the band Korn has posted a cryptic message on its Instagram account suggesting some sort of announcement is imminent.
I love when you get mad at yourself.
It is inevitable.
Inevitable. The post shows a black and white image of what appears to be a tangle of cables with fans asking to visit the band's website.
I like it.
What was the,
There's a fart
at the
I
end?
don't know where the fart came from, but I love it.
Play that at regular speed,
right.
please.
That's the greatest sound I've ever heard. One more time.
Marissa, trace that back to April 20th, 2017. Kathy thinks this is hilarious.
Not even. Like it boggles my mind how you still find it this funny that the three of you can't contain yourselves.
It's great. It's everything you want to say. That sometimes the words don't come to you.
I
play it again.
Which speed?
Slow. Let's do it slow.
Okay.
I can see you give it like a little chuckle and then move on.
No.
At this point, we've been here like 3 minutes now.
You're not seeing the greater picture. So as it's gearing up in classic corn fashion to be this aggressive sort of war chant, it's completely undermined by the childlike poot. It's two completely conflicting attitudes.
Hey, by the way, nobody else is laughing.
Yeah.
So it's not just Kathy is not laughing. Nick's not laughing, and none of our interns are laughing.
Marissa has a smile on her face. Hang on a
Do you ever
second.
see Amadeus?
I usually don't find farts funny at all, Kathy. That one caught me off guard.
Okay. Because it's more of a it's more of a raspberry than it is actual gas. Yeah. So.
And also the mystery of it. It's like an escape room. How did it happen?
We don't know. We may never know.
We may never know.
Okay. Music news.
Yeah.
Turn the
one more.
Stop
time.
the press. I go ahead. What was that?
That was a mistake.
It just can't. There can't be more of these gems.
Can you do that more than twice?
It's like finding a separate cavern in a diamond mine.
Okay. See, sometimes when you hit this button, it doesn't work. So when I hit it twice, it went burp burp.
Yeah.
Look, Chuck's laughing so hard he's crying in the other room. I love it, Chuck.
Anybody who doesn't find that hilarious is dead inside.
You're dead inside.
Or just a little more mature.
Oh, God.
I wish the button was
What is
better.
great is that you have a massive company, a media company, Beasley, who's currently paying us to do this.
Dude, they took us down to D.C. last
They
week
did
for,
for
an
some
award.
big award in front of senators.
Yeah.
That's how stupid we are.
Or
They're bad.
genius.
Or we
make
pulled
a living.
fast one. Yeah.
We make a living out of this.
There you go. Follow your dream.
2 is funnier than 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
It sounds like a wrong answer type of thing. Is it Sputnik? Ah, man.
1 for yes, 2 for no.
Or double A.
Triple O.
MCO.
Let's stick with rumors. Viewers, will they want to keep up with the Kardashians if Kourtney leaves? And we might find out for months now.
Oh, please.
Tension between Kourtney and her sisters have been rising. Last summer on Keeping Up, viewers saw Kim and Kourtney reach an almost breaking point over their differing priorities in terms of family and work. And in a recent interview with Paper, Kourtney confessed that she'd love to leave the show in the dust. She said, I will always say I want to move away someday and just be away from it all. Sail away.
Sail away.
No one will ever see me again. I keep throwing up different places. I'm going to throw up.
I keep throwing up in different places.
I keep throwing up.
I'm gonna puke.
I keep throwing up different places, but then I'll go there and visit. And she's going to sail away.
She's going to sail away, just like sticks.
But then I'll go there to visit, and I'll be like, nope, this isn't it. But I'm glad I came.
She's just afraid of Chloe coming after her.
Yeah. She said, we've just been to Finland. And I was like, check. It's great for me to visit, but I'm not going to move there. Maybe Norway, Switzerland. I've got lots of ideas.
She does have a lot of ideas.
That's according to Courtney.
They're all annoying.
On Sunday, producer Ryan Seacrest was put on the spot by an ET reporter who brought up the subject.
Do you think that Courtney is gonna leave the show? You think Courtney's gonna leave Keeping Up with the Kardashians?
ET is a reporter, mind you, so yeah.
I'll always be right here.
Seacrest seemed taken aback.
Why? Because I'm from another planet? Are you a xenophobe?
But then said, well, if the cameras go away, as long as they can come back, Courtney.
On my home planet, I was a botanist.
He said, they can go away for a little bit, but bring them back so we can do another season or two. Honestly, I don't know how they do it. He said, I couldn't do it no matter what they were paying them.
I can make things levitate. Just thought I'd throw that in.
He said, I could not do it, so I give them a lot of credit for having those cameras in their lives all the time. And I love you, Courtney. Love her.
He loves her.
He loves her.
Well, that show has made millions for him.
Oh, my God, yes.
Honestly, I have to say, I thought that meteor would have crashed Earth long ago. And they still keep renewing it.
It's very resilient.
I wonder if it's like
don't get it.
Alcoholism or something. You're just addicted and
Maybe.
you just do it out of routine.
Maybe. You know what? American audiences always need, though, that super rich family to watch.
True. And there's
what
no.
they do.
Well, I guess there are a few of those. In fact, maybe even Dynasty itself is on. But
I think that kind of covered the bill for a while. Then now we get reality TV, which takes over for that.
So that's like the Real Housewives and all that stuff. Maybe you're right.
So,
I don't know. It's annoying.
I don't watch any of them.
None of it?
I'm a botanist.
Okay. No interest.
Yeah.
All right. So this is interesting. Haven't heard this name in a little while. All eyes were on Val Kilmer as he took center stage Sunday night at a benefit for his Twain Mania Foundation, created to impact the iconic writer Mark Twain's legacy to children. The 59-year-old posed on the carpet with a pair of binoculars around his neck.
How's he looking, by the way?
I have not seen the photos, Steve. I'm not really sure if we have any. If you guys
to be honest,
find any, that'd be great.
There was a point there. It's okay. He had throat cancer, some sort of variation
I've got a
of throat
little
cancer. You got it
information on that coming up, but we're looking at a picture of him right now. He looks. Now he was heavy for a while.
He was very heavy.
He got pretty hefty. Looks like he's lost the weight, but man, has he done some work on his face.
He's Mickey Rourke-ified.
Yeah, he's aged clearly, but you can tell that there's been some work around the eyes and the cheeks. And that just, I couldn't tell you. If you showed me that picture and said, who is this? I couldn't tell you that's Val Kilmer.
It
No
looks
way.
like a drag queen pretending they're Val Kilmer.
Yeah, kind of like that.
He's not going to be featured in the new Top Gun?
Yes, he's going to be in it.
Is. So
Okay.
his son Jack was also in attendance for this event, but the appearance previews a comeback of sorts for the star, who is set to hit the big screen again in Top Gun Maverick. Last summer, Cruise said of Val Kilmer that he was doing really well. Well, it's unclear what prompted Kilmer's hiatus from Hollywood. It became apparent that he was struggling with health issues during the hiatus. In 2015, a spokesperson told People magazine he was rushed to the hospital for a possible tumor. In 2017, he admitted that he had throat cancer and had recovered after a 2-year fight. He told the Hollywood Reporter that the procedure on his trachea made his voice raspy and left him short of breath.
I really like Val Kilmer. He's been in some really great stuff. Top Secret and Real Genius. And I love him in MacGruber.
Yeah.
He's freaking hilarious.
And Steve, you're forgetting
Tombstone.
Tombstone, thank
One of the
you.
greatest performances.
Yeah, definitely.
I bought the man's shirt.
I think his best performance, and The Doors. He was phenomenal.
So what would you say? So greatest Val Kilmer, Tombstone? That is such a great performance.
I got to go neck and neck with the Doors. They were both so good. But yeah, his lines in Tombstone are
so
just
great,
wonderful,
so great.
I love Real Genius though. I love that movie.
Have you ever seen Real Tombstone?
I've never
It's
seen.
really good.
Is it?
Yeah, it's about Doc Holliday in college.
Only uses a laser instead of
I'm going to use a laser, honeysuckle. I'm going to make a whole big house into a Jiffy Pop.
What was that? Was that him?
That was his bite in.
in Top Gun, his
Yes.
best pilot.
Yeah,
hit it again. That's his teeth coming together. Oh my God!
That's right. Ice. Man, I am dangerous.
And there's the bite.
Right, man.
That line from Cruise, I hate it. Ice. And then he pauses, man, and brushes off his shoulders.
You're awfully big there.
Horrible movie.
I'm 5 feet 3 inches tall, man. I'm a little tiny man.
But as much as I hate Top Gun, I can't wait to see the sequel.
Likewise.
I really want
now,
to see it.
Because guess what?
What I said, and I thought they were going to do, is they're going to go more realistic.
Yeah.
You think so?
That's the word.
Okay.
And now with the availability of what they can do.
It's Steve. Wouldn't it be great if in the locker room saying they all of a sudden break into a dance number?
Right.
We're going for ultra realism here.
I want to see Val Kilmer, though. You know, I want to see how he looks and how he's able to pull off Iceman, because what we just saw there up on the screen doesn't jibe with the Iceman I know.
I don't think he can't be all that cocky anymore.
You're not just writing checks. Your body can't talk.
What was that?
You're dangerous.
Man, I can't understand your words. Man.
John Hamm's in it, too. He was at the Blues game last night and on Saturday, and he's done a few spots on NBC for the Stanley Cup Finals, and so it'll be cool to see him in it as well.
I lost in Nadnan.
I'm sorry, you.
I lost in Nadnan.
He wasn't in Nadnan.
No, Mad Men.
Oh, Mad Men.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't put your lips together. No, man.
I had a little surgery.
Yeah. You got a little surgery?
You look weird.
Tonight, E.T. gets the exclusive with Val Kilmer.
I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off. This can go hard on you now.
You look weird.
Bring it, you little bitch.
All right, what else I have for you? 3 months. Thanks, Kat. There's a lot of things that are going on that I need to mention. There's an MMRBQ ticket raid that is coming up tonight. Brent Porsche, I believe. Let me see. Is it going to be Brent Porsche tonight?
Looks like it, yeah.
So, yeah, he did both of these. There was one last night and there's one tonight. He's going to be at Club Risque in Philadelphia from 8 to 10 p.m. So stop by because they're going to give away tickets to the MMRBQ every 15 minutes.
That's awesome.
And it'll be at Club Risque. All right, so
bring your own fork.
Go and see Brent today. We've seen that happen before. All right, let's do B-Fop.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by 20th Century Studios. Head to WMMR.com to register to win tickets to join Casey, Marissa, and Nick at Red Rum Theater for a special murder mystery event to celebrate a haunting in Venice, only in theaters on September 15th. A couple of bear stories. We'll start with this one out of Florida. A three-legged bear known as Tripod broke into a lanai over the weekend and decided to have a little party. Joshua Diglio said that she received a security camera notification around 5 p.m. Sunday and saw that Tripod was paying her Lake Mary house a visit. Her son, at the same time, her 13-year-old son, Joseph Diglio, was home and heard the family dog Bruno barking soon after he spotted Tripod breaking in and by tearing a hole in the patio screen. Tripod then made himself at home, opened up the family's mini refrigerator.
Oh, yeah.
And Diglio said, once I saw him open the fridge, I got scared that he could open the doors to the houses. Diglio said that Tripod had some fish food that was left next to their fish tank and then proceeded to the bar. He said he took 3 White Claws.
Oh, he knows what he wants.
Drank them and left very happy. His favorite flavor is mango and strawberry, according to Diglio.
It's your birthday.
He said that was the second time a bear had broken through the patio screen. He said, just part of living where we live, honestly. The family said Tripod is a well-liked member of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
He said, I was not scared because
I like you guys too.
we know the bear really well. He lives here. We respect their habitat as much as we can.
It's adorable. It could kill you still, but watching it get around on 3 legs, pretty amazing.
All right, here's the other one. This is footage somewhere in the Poconos.
All right.
This idiot, a group of people appear to be hanging out next to a lake, possibly at an outdoor patio. A guy in a cutoff T-shirt and basketball shorts, ushers a large, ambling black bear away from the setup, steering it past hanging baskets of flowers, tiki torches, and a 65-inch flat-screen television propped up on a stack of firewood. I mean, this guy...
He's right next to it.
He's right next to it. He's treating it as if it's a dog.
Yeah, come on, shoot.
It's... so stupid.
You are so stupid.
Oh, my God.
You're going to make the bizarre file.
So once the guy and the bear reach the gate, there's a pause. The bear doesn't want to leave, and the guy makes this known by reaching up, and the bear reaches up and swats him. Apparently, the guy's name is Mike. Mike barely budges, instead sticking a finger in the bear's face and then pointing out of the patio like he's putting a stubborn dog into the backyard. The bear takes a final look at him and then moseys through the gate, and he goes away. But Mike then lifts up his shirt. Dude, he's got blood running down the side of his torso from where this bear scratched him.
Could have eviscerated him. And that was just it
was just a pat.
Just a passing swipe.
Yeah, he could have ripped this guy to shreds. It's hard to confirm if it's actually happened in Pennsylvania, although the caption on the footage reads, "Meanwhile in the Poconos," referencing
it was the Poconos,
a rural forested part of the state, home to the black bear population. So upon encountering a black bear, the Pennsylvania Game Commission advises you to alert the bear to your presence, get back, stay calm, and pay attention.
So don't go on a walk with it, right?
Yeah, you don't go walk along with it, but we're looking at the video of, look at these scratches down his side, Casey.
Just they're
a little swipe.
They're a good 15 inches long.
Oh
yeah.
And it was just a little pat at him. He could have just grabbed on and eaten him.
And the bear was just about to. It's like,
this guy's too dumb.
Yeah, it won't taste good.
I'm not defending this idiot, but my girlfriend's parents live in the Poconos, and they see bears all the time. And this past weekend, they had a mama and a cub in the backyard, and I think they just get used to it. It's like us with squirrels or deer. Like, we just see them so much, and I think this dude was just like, oh, this is a common occurrence, not realizing I could also die from this encounter.
Well, what you would do is, I would, if you had pots or pans, or hey,
right?
Like
a normal person.
Yeah. From a distance, instead of
you
walking.
don't square dance with it.
He's walking towards it and trying to usher it out. So, wow. Yeah. All right, a Florida marathoner is facing federal charges after the U.S. Coast Guard spotted him 70 nautical miles off of Tybee Island, Georgia, in a homemade hydropod. This was as Hurricane Franklin bore down on the eastern seaboard. Now, this thing is almost like a giant hamster ball of sorts, okay?
Right, I've seen them.
Reza Bellucci claimed that he was headed to London in the human-powered vessel.
Okay.
And
from London.
there's a newly filed criminal complaint describes it as being afloat as a result of wiring and buoys. That's what they call the contraption. When Coast Guard officers told Bellucci that they were cutting short his manifestly unsafe voyage, Bellucci threatened to kill himself with a 12-inch knife.
I'm going to kill myself. I have to go to London.
If anyone tried to apprehend him, and claimed to have a bomb on board, which turned out to be fake. 3 days later, Bellucci...
Otherwise, everything else was on the upper level.
Who authorities have intercepted in his hydropod at least 3 times previously, finally surrendered. Bellucci made national news in 2021 for an attempt to get from Florida to New York in the hydropod, but he washed ashore 25 miles later.
I remember this. So what we're looking at is a picture of the thing up here on the screen. I remember that original story, Preston.
Yep. Guys.
It seems to be at least a risky proposition.
He keeps trying. A video posted online captured the moment when dozens of students suddenly plunged into a lake in Madison, Wisconsin after a pier holding them collapsed on Monday afternoon. Like, there's a ton of people. There's like 80 people standing on this thing.
Fairly rickety-looking pier.
And it just, boom, it goes in. It's a swimming pier in front of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. It fell apart. Officials said 6 people were hurt and treated by EMTs and paramedics. One of them was taken to a local hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The University of Wisconsin-Madison said in a statement that a number of students and other members of the public were on the pier at the time. Many swam back to shore after the collapse. The school said the swimming area was not staffed by lifeguards. It is currently closed, and the college will be investigating what occurred. And that's where we will end with the bizarre file. And I got other really good stories that we'll get to a tad bit later on during the program. As we are about to take a break, we got so many things to give away. Should I continue with this, Case? Or something else? You tell me.
Let's do this one. I like that.
All right. I have... Oh, yeah. All right. I've got... let's see here... Oh, it's on digital. Okay. I have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem on digital.
There you go.
That I can set you up with. We'll take caller number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. And you can buy or rent it today at participating retailers, rated PG, from Paramount Pictures. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Quakey got hitched in a quickie Vegas wedding.
A quakey.
Quakey was quickie.
You remember he
Nicholas Cagey
tried to immediately get it annulled.
4 days.
Yeah.
Vegas. So after this, a judge in Clark County had granted them a divorce. Cage filed for an annulment 4 days after the wedding.
He was drunk. He freely admits.
That was his fourth wedding, by the way. Yeah. Claiming that it was based on fraud because Quakey did not disclose her criminal and romantic history to him.
Uh-huh.
See, you didn't tell me about your criminal history.
You didn't tell me about your criminal history.
TMZ
I had known I wouldn't gone all Quakey on you.
TMZ reports that the annulment didn't happen, and it is
I'm his friend now.
Oh,
see, little guy's my friend now. He's got great fingers.
Quakey. Okay, so reports that the annulment. TMZ reports the annulment didn't happen, and it's unclear if Quakey will receive the spousal support that she has requested. So, honestly, I don't know what's going on there.
I love Nicolas Cage Nicolas Cage has become what he's wanted to become the most. It's basically an Elvis type character. He goes around, in these where here he's got some sort of animal print leisure suit on. This is ridiculous.
What would you do to make your butt look good in a photo?
Ooh, I'd have it wear a cowboy hat.
For celebrities and social media influencers, it's about contorting the body for the best rear view.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you know what to do, Kathy?
I'm not sure. I'm sure it's probably a little arch in the back.
Well, for me, it's bending over and pulling the cheeks as far apart as possible.
I think that's a different type of photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I
not
misunderstood.
What they're talking about.
I think so you can see everything, where you can see where the skin starts to turn color.
Oh, my God.
Right? Is that what you're talking about?
Listen, I didn't even realize I was doing it, but I was, I mooned my daughter.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. I just
Dear.
did. Yeah, but I brown-eyed.
Oh, no, your poor kid. You just traumatized her for life.
So is that how you take a proper ass picture?
I don't think any child should see their father's butthole.
Ever.
No.
Write that down.
Do what I did and just feel it.
It scarred her. She was like, she freaked out.
Oh, yeah.
I thought more like, I was thinking more in the veins of my son and that I was doing that too. And I was like, I can't believe I just did that. I just did that.
I can't believe it either.
Wow. I know. Yeah.
The man in my little girl.
Yeah, right.
Poppy. Hey, Daddy, I just saw your brown eye.
Is that your butthole, Poppy?
It was quite traumatic, Poppy.
Oh, my
His name is Eddie. He wants to know if we can go steady.
I've never seen your butthole. I had to tell him I did, Daddy. He's not my boyfriend anymore, Daddy. Thanks for scarring me, Daddy.
Oh, the car pop?
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Well, anyway, back to the story.
I saw your balloon knot, Daddy.
Hey, look over there.
Didn't want to see it, Daddy.
You probably shouldn't have told us that.
No, I'm glad I
Here's other
did.
stories.
So the most popular booty popping position involves tilting the pelvis and arching the back.
Yeah.
So the
and
obvious.
then swiveling the head to the side. Bootylicious models such as Hailey Bieber and Isabel Goulart have recently...
My name is Isabel Goulart.
have recently
You want to change our last name?
posed on the red carpet this way to highlight their pert posteriors in gowns with plunging backs.
So can you show Casey what he's? Do you know what he's describing? Is it? Are you?
Well, I'm going to give it more detailed. So here we go. Here's an influencer, Daisy Keach, who last month enlisted a plastic surgeon to certify that her backside was real to her 1.1 million Insta followers, said, "I'll stand up straight and spread my legs a little bit to make myself look a little bit wider than if my feet were closer together." She says, then I'll arch my back a little bit.
Right.
And I'll kind of puff out my chest. I breathe out and my stomach cinches in as I pose.
God, what a bunch of nonsense to go through.
One of our calendar girls though does this perfect, and I can't remember which one it is. I'm trying to find her pictures, but like
Is it Shay? Our cover girl?
I mean, listen, they probably all take
Yeah.
great booty shots, but there's one specific calendar girl, and I can't remember who it is.
The 19-year-old influencer from Los Angeles says...
Influencer.
She says a lot goes into properly accentuating her most famous asset, which she dubbed the Keach Peach.
The Keach? What's her full name?
Her name is Daisy Keach.
Oh, I thought you said Stacy Keach. I'm like, that guy?
Daisy Keach, and she calls it the Keach Peach. One of her other go-to tricks involves bending the leg that's closest to the camera while standing, quote, super tall on the other foot. If you arch your back a little bit and lean the shoulder closest to the camera forward, she said it will make your waist look smaller and your butt look bigger.
So none of them suggest putting your stomach forward on a table and pulling your ass cheeks far apart?
I haven't gotten to the whole thing yet, so maybe. But while an overarched spine may look good on the gram, it's not the greatest for your posture, says experts. With a neutral pelvis, the hip points and pubic bone align. By contrast, the sway back position and other similar moves create an interior pelvic tilt, which is placing a lot of strain on the pelvis, says chiropractor Marcella Thomas.
Well, of course, we know that the way you're posing is not the way you should walk around in life.
Some people do actually suffer.
Like, what are you going to be like this? Like, like Frankenstein?
Some people do actually suffer from an interior pelvic tilt, an issue that Thomas says that she would treat in her office using strengthening and stretching positions and spinal adjustment.
She's really taking this seriously on this, doctor.
I have that pelvic tilt just when I stand regularly.
I don't know what you mean by that, but pelvic.
So I guess I have like a natural bend in my back and
which accentuates your
an arch, and my pelvis kind of tilts a bit just when I stand normal. No, kind of down.
Does that happen when you try to touch your elbows behind your back?
Yeah, and then I do that and then tilt my head and
like when you lick your own nipples.
Right, exactly. Yeah, all very similar.
Yeah.
It's natural that my tongue goes down to my nipple.
When I give my Kathy, same. When I give myself oral,
right,
my butt really sticks out.
Sitting to my left, ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Zmed.
Adrian Zmed? I thought he was dead. Oh, my God.
We're not kidding.
We're here.
We've been talking about you forever, right, Preston?
We have. We absolutely have. We are fans. Has anybody ever said to you, "I thought you were dead" before, though? That's a slight insult.
Well, actually, there was an episode of The Simpsons where I was in one of their musical numbers, and I popped out of a coffin saying, "I'm not dead."
Here you are in this play, and again, Middletown, and it's two couples, and they're sort of there's some comedy, there's some sadness, but it's the way they've grown over the years. And what drew you to this?
Exactly that. I'm used to, I've been through the Eastern Seaboard so many times with musicals. And I'm used to just being drenched in sweat by the end of the show and doing it. And then I read this play, and it was such a simple play. It's just about two couples who have dinner every Friday night for 33 years.
Right.
They're best friends, and they're normal people, and life happens to them. And it truly is a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we suck you in by all our little charming quirks that the couples have and everything, and then life happens. There are tragedies in life that you have to deal with, relationship problems with your spouse and everything. But what is the great fascinating thing about this play is that the words speak for themselves. I'm actually first generation Romanian, so my family came, to America for their kids to, be doctors and lawyers, and I come up to my dad and say I'm going to be an actor. And it's the funny thing about him is I won him over. I literally out of acting school, I got one of the last national tours of the original Grease, and we were playing in my hometown of Chicago.
You were playing Zuko.
Yeah, I was playing Danny, and we were going into a very big theater into Chicago, and there was and nobody really knew very much about Grease at that time.
Right.
The movie had not come out yet. It was just a hit on Broadway, and there were a few national tours. So the company manager said, "Look, we're having a lot of trouble with this opening night. We're going to paper the house. Tell your dad that you can invite the entire congregation." So,
oh man, that's a
I didn't mention that my father is a priest, an Orthodox priest.
Right,
they can get married.
And Greece is
Eastern Orthodox priests can get married.
Yeah. Greece is very profane.
Oh God,
yeah,
yeah, the stage
Are you
show.
Kidding?
Yeah.
I'm giving the finger on the show, and it's just like the original Grease was not meant for kids; it was meant for adults looking back on their lives in high school.
So he brings down the congregation.
So there were 500 Romanian people screaming and yelling, and they had their gypsy violins, and they were going singing the act. Every time I came out, there was a big cheer. It was then that my father was won over, and he kind of, although he didn't understand when I ended up getting television and film, when I was doing TJ Hooker, he didn't really understand what that was all about. So he says, You work for 1 hour. What you do rest of week?
That's great.
You are a bum. I got into this business because I wanted to be an actor.
Right.
That's it. I never even wanted to do television and film. I just wanted to work in theater.
Right.
That's all I ever wanted to do. And then one thing happens, and then you're just whisked away, and suddenly you're in Hollywood, and you're doing all this stuff.
You're good friends with William Shatner, right?
Yeah, I'm actually. We're currently working on a few projects with his production company. Actually, we're letting it out right now. We're actually thinking of bringing Hooker back.
Oh,
in a comical way.
That'd be awesome.
Perfect. Bill is 88. Yeah. But the funny thing about it is that when we did Hooker, Bill pretty much did push the envelope on asking for ridiculous things for Hooker to do.
Okay.
I mean, we had technical advisors from LAPD there, and he said, "Look, no, I got this idea. How about I just run over to the helicopter, and as it's going up, I just grab onto the rung of the helicopter, and when we're up in the air, I take my gun out and I go, bring it down." And the TA standing there going, nobody would ever do that.
The top text here says, "Poor man's Travolta, my ass."
Yeah.
He made Bachelor Party, which is an absolute. It's one of my favorite films, and you have one of the best lines in the movie. I think personally.
Look at the cans on that pinball.
Well, you're telling him, man, I really would love to have a relationship.
I would love to have this relationship that you have, and someday I'll have kids and be happy. And hey, look at the cans on that pinball. That movie. Tom and I lived very close to each other. So so we lived in Studio City, and the soundstage that we were shooting this at was in Culver City. So it was a pretty good distance to go on the 405 freeway.
And you've been on Bosom Buddies, right?
Yes, yes. I played Johnny Midnight, his boyhood friend from camp.
So you knew him?
Yeah. And we'd carpool to work because we could go in the carpool lane and everything. And as every day after we get in the car and we go, our careers are over. Our careers are really over. What are we doing? This is going to be terrible.
No.
All we did was show up for 13 hours a day and goof off. Almost nothing of what the script originally was in there. We just ad-libbed. We just goofed off. And honestly, some of the funniest scenes in the movie never made it into the movie because we had gotten an X rating.
There's a horse scene. There's a horse. Brand of comedy to Philly tonight. Please give some love to Comedic Cody. Hey. What's up, Cody?
Good morning, you guys. Good morning. How are y'all?
We're good, man. Hey, congratulations on all this success that you have had on social media, specifically TikTok. That's Man, that's impressive. And I'll be honest, I'm not a TikTok guy, but I do know that you started it up in 2020, and since then you've amassed over 5 million followers.
Exactly. Yeah, I started in 2020, and it was kind of around the era of lip syncing and dancing, and I wasn't big into social media, and that's when I gave it a whirl at sketch comedy, and it ended up turning into this.
So you do these like short, easily consumable skits, as you said, and I think looking at your stuff, and I wasn't that familiar, but did a lot of what I could find, about your career. As you said, you started at a time when there's a lot of lip syncing and all that stuff going on, and you were at least generating some content, and it obviously took off. What had you been doing? Now, you've done some modeling as well, correct?
I did romance book cover modeling.
Oh.
Those nasty books.
That's usually like the big, long, flowing locks of hair,
like Fabio.
Yeah.
And clearly, by my hairline, you can tell that was not.
Well, so
that's crazy.
But that's cool. So I
love it.
You were getting work in that. Listen, I worked in a bookstore years ago. I saw all those covers. They were all. But look, you looking a different way. That's kind of that's an evolving sort of way to approach romance novels. How much work did you get in that?
So it actually, I did my very first photo shoot. I went with a buddy of mine to California, and this was the first time I'd ever flown, first time I'd ever been out of Virginia. And a photographer stopped me. And looking back, this sounds very sketchy.
All right.
But a photographer stopped me and just said they liked my tattoo at the time and thought I would be a good look for a photo shoot. And I did a photo shoot right there on the beach. And I got my first book cover later that evening in Huntington Beach, California.
Wow.
Well, and that one cover turned into a whole thing. And I didn't even know book cover like meet and greets and all over the world. I got to go to Australia, New Zealand, Canada.
Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, I can tell you for a fact, Preston has a story that didn't work out quite the same way.
Yeah.
He was approached for what you just described. Tell Cody your story there.
It was they wanted me to model my feet, actually, to wear socks. So it was a foot model. It never took off.
And you took it, right?
Yeah, I tried. Nothing ever came back on that. But hang on a second. So there is a collection of people who will come and meet, not the author, but the people who are in the photos of the covers of romance novels. I have never heard of this.
It was made into a movie with Channing Tatum and
Didn't know that.
It was.
Yeah, what was Sandra Bullock, and so they all want to meet the version of the act. He's
about.
Right.
Exactly.
That's hilarious.
Wow.
So was
I did not know that.
How did that fan base port over to your TikTok videos? Do you think a lot of people made that switch?
So honestly, it wasn't. I know before I started TikTok, even with the modeling, I think I had about 8,000 followers on Instagram at the time, and this was about 2 years deep into the book cover modeling.
Okay.
So one thing about the book cover stuff, it doesn't actually draw out a huge following on anything but more so Facebook, and it kind of just created its own thing with TikTok more so than anything that overflowed from modeling. But when I did post about when I posted about the book cover modeling stuff on TikTok, people were like, "Oh, I know, I saw you from somewhere," and immediately like, "I know you're nasty."
Well, you know, Cody, part of the deal is with all this stuff is people look for hard and fast rules about how to get eyes on your content and so on and so forth. And even at this point, how many millions in you are, 5 million plus, to me, it still seems like it's just luck of the draw at a certain point, right? There's a lot of talented people out there, but to get noticed, to get that match lit is still sort of a crapshoot, correct?
100%. And that's one of the things that I've learned as time goes on. Now, maybe 2 years ago, it wasn't exactly like that. You kind of just had to do something that stuck out. But in today's day, if you post a video every single day, Monday through Sunday, and it's the exact same video, on Monday you could get 20,000 views. On Wednesday you could get 3 million. And it just all depends on how many people are on the app at that time of when you posted, and just it all just depends on it's a number game.
So you again, reading what is available about you, and a nice guy, and all kudos and credit to you. I have to imagine though, if you come into the scene and you're a model, the comedy scene, the stand-up comedy scene, and you're coming in as also a social media person, I have to imagine that there are some seasoned pros who are going to give you some blowback on that. Was that
100,000%, 100,000%, man.
So
oh gosh, it was rough.
Yeah. How did you fight that?
Honestly, I've always been the type of person, because a lot of people don't kind of know the backstory of where I came from, where I grew up. I mean, I'm from Alta Vista, Virginia, 2,000 people, and grew up getting bullied, didn't have a lot of friends. And once I graduated high school and started stand-up comedy even last year, I instilled it in my mind that I spent every bit of 7 years depressed, anxious, in and out of the hospitals on all these different medications. I spent so much time wasting my energy and happiness on other people's opinions that I decided to flip it and turn it into a totally different mindset, that if people doubt me, it pushes me harder to do that much better on stage.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's a blessing, because I have major social anxiety. Major.
Wow.
So it's one of those things that pushes me to go that much harder. And there's even been staff at some places that are like, this TikTok kid is going to get up there, take his shirt off, and start dancing. And I'm like, okay, watch this.
Yeah.
Watch this. I'll do it at the end after I hit you.
That's great. Hey, so who were the bullies back in the day in school? Like what crew, what clique came after you?
The Ralph Lauren polo. You know how it is. But it wasn't really like a certain, I guess I had a universal face of bullying.
Oh, yeah.
It was a little bit of everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I was getting bullied by the bullied.
Oh.
The bullied were bullying you. Dude,
It's an endless cycle.
That's a low end of the totem pole. Did you come into your own at a certain point in school? Were you a good-looking guy? Was that it? Were people reacting? Were guys jealous of you and reacting in that way? Not that you might say it, but that seems like a likely dynamic.
I don't know if it was more so jealousy, but 11th grade, and coming out of 10th grade year, I had my hair down to my shoulders, glasses, braces, and that summer when I was out of school, haircut, braces off, and I got contacts, swear on everything. And my sophomore year of high school, or my junior year of high school, I was then voted most likely to succeed and biggest flirt.
Oh, man. That's a full 180, man. Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to ask, if you were pandering to us right now, because for those of you who can't see, Cody's wearing a Sixers shirt right now, and you're from.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you're from Virginia. Is that an Iverson jersey? Who's from Virginia?
Yes, it is. You got it, my man.
So are you an Iverson fan or a Sixers fan or both?
Go Philly.
Enough said. You got to do that if you're going to go into the city. You got to show a little bit of the pride. So your first video that really took off, that got a substantial hit was you talking about commenting on the way a certain girl talked. It was that keeps getting pointed to as the one that kind of flicked the switch and everyone sort of locked in on you. What caused that to be created? What were you responding to?
So it's kind of, I wouldn't say it's mean or anything, but at the time I was a pharmacist for CVS, and I had a patient that I was really good friends with. And in that video, people don't realize it, but I'm wearing a white t-shirt, a blue button up, and I still had my scrub pants on. And I just thought of this random idea at work that day. And as soon as I got home, I was just like, oh, this would be funny. Because at that time, I think I had 42 followers on TikTok. And I was just messing around with one of my patients that I had built a friendship with. And I told her something, and she started laughing. And immediately it made me just kind of stop laughing at the joke and just go, is that coming out of your esophagus? Like, what is that noise? And it just turned into
And then you just parodied it.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we were just talking, and then her laugh just was completely out of left field. And then it made both of us start laughing even harder. And I was just like, that's kind of true, that you meet somebody, you're having a normal conversation, and then they start laughing, and you're like, where on earth did that come from?
Wow. And that's the one that took off. That's awesome. You'd mentioned being a pharmacist, and that's a good, solid job to have. However, when I'm watching the people working at the pharmacy, it looks like a pretty monotonous job to me. Did you enjoy doing that, or did it wear out pretty quickly?
It wore out pretty quickly. I was in the pharmacy once I became registered. I was there every bit of 2 years. And I saw kind of the backside of things, and it wasn't what I fell in love with at all. And
you figured it was a lot of international travel and starlets and all that. And it just
wine and dining.
I'll tell you what, though, CVS, we've long contended, I say, has a great cookie line under the CVS label, and they have some of the best fudge cookies I've ever had.
What is that, gold label?
Exactly. Yeah. So what was your discount like working as the pharmacist?
It was pretty nice. Not gonna lie, it was pretty nice. I want to say it was, 20%, maybe 30%. Don't hold me to that, CVS, but it was something, all right.
So as you're working as a pharmacist and you bring this to your parents, are both parents still with us, or your
They are.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That had to be a little bit of a tough sell, even though you're an adult man at the time. But I mean,
they were mad.
Yeah,
They were mad. We grew up very old school, and my dad was kind of grew up given the mentality of, hey man, you work and then you die. And I've worked since I was 15. I worked at a grocery store, then a shoe store, then I got into the pharmacy. And when I told them, my dad looked at me and he was like, I hope that's your first joke.
Yeah, that sounds like a dad, all right. So when was the point they have to look at the success now? Have they embraced it, or are they still begrudgingly refusing to yield on it?
I flew them out to a show in North Carolina, and there was about 700 people there, and that's when we kind of hit that switch. Like, he's really doing this.
That's cool.
We all cried. I cried on stage. Not even gonna lie about it.
If you're just tuning in, it's Comedic Cody that we're talking to. Is going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight at 8:00. Please tell me that, and I have no idea how this world works because my connection to social media is very, very light. But tell me you've monetized what you're doing on TikTok. Have you been able to do that?
Like house.
I don't know. I don't know how all this works. I know that on social media you can have sponsored. You can get people to pay for for endorsements and
is it moderately lucrative?
I
have no idea.
Oh, okay. So I see what you're saying now. So they have like that creator fund thing where they pay you per video. I never got into that because I was always big on, I never wanted to feel like a job because that's when you stop having fun. And it was one of those things where if you join that, it drops your views. So when it first came out, they kind of made it not even optional for verified users to start the creator fund. And then if you wanted to opt out, you could opt out. And I remember I had like 7 videos go viral. And then as soon as they added me to the creator fund, that video for the next 3 days got about 20,000 views.
So what you're saying is they ramp down once it becomes it becomes a
100%.
financial investment on their part. They put their finger on the scale a little bit and ramp you down a bit. So is the benefit to you that you can handle this your own away from that and just parlay the number? People can go look at the number and go, this is why I can be, you can sponsor something or influence on a particular product. Is that what's more beneficial for you?
Yes. So there's companies that will reach out and email you, and they're saying, hey, we came out with a new app. We want you to do a 60-second video on our app and put our link to the app in your bio for X amount of days. And then that's how a lot of people get paid on the app.
If it's not too indelicate to ask, what kind of money, could you get for something, say a bigger company gives you an app or something they want you to influence on or send your followers to? How much could you conceivably generate for just that little bit of exposure?
So I haven't ran into anything huge personally, but I've heard there's certain grocery stores that if you do a 60-second to 3-minute ad for them, they're paying like $20,000.
Okay. Yeah. I thought it would be something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And it could be more. There could be companies doing more than that, but I think on average, there's companies doing between $1,000 and $1,000 and $4,500 per ad, and then you put their link in your bio for 7 days, and you just have to. They give you kind of almost a script to go by.
Gotcha.
And then you just post that to your TikTok, and they pay for your advertisement. So you post a video, they pay to push it through everybody's For You page, and it's wild.
I know you said if it seems like work, it's not fun, but making money is fun.
You're not lying. Yeah. It sounded good on paper.
Yeah.
I wanted to sound like the good guy. Okay.
It's better than telling Mrs. Jurgensen that her fleet enemas are in.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I would do that. I would do that commercial. Yeah. I would do that commercial.
No, it's just
If
funny.
The money's right.
Cody, because there was a brief period where it seems like we're tied into it, but we're not. Like Marissa on our show is very much the conduit for social media.
Yes.
But there seemed a point where it's kind of like the gold rush, like everyone's just cleaning up. And now, and you made reference to it earlier, that it's sort of hitting a stabilized state where it's becoming a little bit more conservative in the money being flung out to everyone. For their participation. So people are thinking, oh, I'm going to go do that. They need to really, generate content and really do something that's going to make, an impact, because it's harder now than it might have been a year or two ago, correct?
Yeah, and posting aspect, yeah, but now they have the TikTok live option where you go live and people can gift you different things, and it's payouts every single week.
Huh.
Wow. All right, so how's your fan base in Philadelphia? Any idea, or is this the trial, going and doing the show tonight and seeing who shows up?
Second show in Philly.
All right.
All right.
And you feel pretty good? You got a nice base here?
Last year was one of the best shows, and I'm not just saying that because I'm wearing a Philly shirt. But it was incredible. I guess I didn't know what to expect because I'm always so surprised. When I leave Virginia, if there's more than 10 people, I'm just like, how do y'all even know who I am?
Well, there you go. Can you walk in and see who? Can you pick out your audience? I mean, can you tell? Okay, these are predominantly TikTok fans. Can you spy your modeling romance cover fans? Can you find your CVS fans?
No, I don't know if there's many of those. But it's one of those things that's been so cool to see because last year it was, of course, 90% TikTok. Yeah. And then this year I'm on my 12th or 13th show, and it has just been a mixture of everybody. So that has been the coolest thing to kind of see grow since last year, as it's the mixture of people rather than like a lot of people were saying, oh, Cody, they're not laughing at your jokes. They're laughing at a pretty face. And I was like, you know what? Maybe they'll come back.
Yeah, they did. No, whatever gets them in the door, man.
Yeah,
and
totally.
you're a nice guy, and you're working at it. You deserve the traction. It's not like you're phoning it in. You're hitting the pavement, as they say.
I appreciate that. I hope I'm doing something right.
It seems like it definitely is the case. All right, Cody, we're going to send people to Helium Comedy Club tonight, 8 o'clock. Tickets available at heliumcomedy.com. And if you're a fan or if you want to see somebody you haven't seen before and get out and experience it, you can go see Comedic Cody. I mean, he's got 5 million people that are huge fans. So he's doing pretty solid.
And he said this is his favorite city.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Cody.
You heard it here.
Yeah.
Good luck with everything. Thanks for coming on this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
You got it. Comedic Cody.
Nice guy.
5 million followers. That's, man. And you know what's interesting, Casey, because I know, he said that just the lightning strike, the light of the match, Steve. Like you said, it's just kind of bizarrely random. Something just catches for whatever reason. That leads me to believe that there's loads of stuff out there that's probably really great that is never really going to take off.
Or sits inert until it gets, like he said, he could post the same thing for a week and have dramatically different reactions to it on each day. And that's it.
Hey, you know what's, and I want to congratulate our friend Cast Iron Kyle, because he, he's very, very active on Instagram, and he puts up videos all the time, and he works very, very hard on his content. You would think, okay, here's a guy who just refurbishes cast iron skillets and pans and stuff. Dude, he's over 60,000 followers now on Instagram, and that is all homegrown, like just boots on the ground, like, just busting his ass, just putting out content. And he celebrated it the other day by, making a cake that said like 60K on it or whatever. And I'm like, damn, dude, he's got more followers than all of us. You know what I mean? And he doesn't have an outlet like a radio station to help him with all this stuff.
What you also have to remember too, a lot of times, and it's as you find out about how these things are reckoned, is the followers or the subscribers, like of the 5 million for Cody. You have to. Are all those people seeing everything you put out all the time? So think about the times, so you may be listed as a follower of a person.
Right.
But because of algorithms or because of other things that you follow or follow more, you rarely see their content.
Oh, like my algorithm, I'm on Instagram because I'm not a huge TikToker, but my algorithm has me looking at so much content on these profiles that I do not follow. Like, I don't follow one dachshund profile at all.
On what? On TikTok or Instagram?
On Instagram. But man,
you love the dachshunds.
Dude, listen, they just started showing up on my feed last week. And now it's like every third video or picture is that of a dachshund.
Oh, if you linger on the picture of the video for a little bit, it picks up on that.
Preston, I told you the other day, I watched one YouTube video about the hee-haw honeys, which were, you remember the show Hee-Haw? They had these scantily clad hee-haw honeys. I've got so much hee-haw stuff coming through. It's ridiculous.
It's overwhelming, too. I mean, like, Casey, your point, if you're not on, with Cast Iron Kyle, for example, he worked at it, but that also requires a lot of time and effort to do it all the time, and that's how you build it. And if you stray away from it for a little while, unless you're already uber popular, people then stop watching it only because you're not posting stuff all the time.
It'll take a hit, and that's why you see people living virtually in a constant state of content production.
And then you have people who give those people a hard time. You're always on your phone or you're always on social media, but it's that's part of their job. Case, back to the algorithm. So mine is now memes or just like sayings, all having to do with alcohol.
Oh man,
how'd that happen?
I love Tequila is an account I don't follow, but I literally see everything they post, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so funny, and I like every single one.
I know what you mean. I mean, you watch one double penetration video,
and you've got nothing but
and that's it. And it's just, I just was curious, and that's it.
That's not by intent, and those bookmarks that your wife might come across are simply accidental.
Marissa?
I have a confession, guys. I had hoped by my 40th birthday that I would have 40,000 Instagram followers, and I am so damn close.
All right, let's do it.
You failed.
I failed.
You failed.
I failed. And
you wanted to
know
have
why?
it by when?
Because I spend so much time on the Preston and Steve account that I don't get to spend on my own account.
How many do you have right now?
Like 39.2.
Well, Preston just threw out the offer we're hitting it. Well, give us your.
It's just at Marissa Magnata.
Oh, by the way, Marissa, we are 5,000 short on the Preston and Steve Show account of 100,000.
Oh, that is huge.
Yeah. So,
okay. All right, can we get to mine first, and then
do Marissa first. Marissa Magnata, one R, one S. And then Preston and Steve Show is all one word. And so, follow both of them.
On Instagram. I'd love to get 100,000. That'd be amazing.
I am so close to 100,000 personally as well. So if you guys want to go to mine, I'm only 60,000 away or something like that.
Okay, we can we can work on that too.
Follow the Preston and Steve account, and I'll link to everybody's account. Follow us all. It's good content. It's good content individually.
Yeah. Casey,
and I won't overdo it. I just post once every 3 months.
I do a lot of charity stuff. I'm really boring.
I hate that I actually care about how many views and likes I get. Like
That's why I stopped doing it.
I know. I hate that I do, but like I do, and
Maybe at some point in your life you won't.
I'm hoping that when I retire, that will be the day.
I agree. It's a professional tool for all of us right now, too. I mean, we use it all the time, and we get content out of it. We get guests out of it. We get interesting conversations out of it. So I think that it's important for us to be on it, Casey. But I agree with you. It's exhausting.
You know, it's kind of wild when you get like an invite on an email about an invite on LinkedIn, and I'm like, oh, and that's
my brother uses LinkedIn.
I still have that
all the time.
Yeah.
But he works in a very different industry than we do, and so for him, it's really important.
I'll post something and then I'm like incessantly checking to see the likes, who commented, how many in it.
And you feel bad.
I kept doing that, and then and that's why I backed way off because I didn't like that part of me.
You know what? You cannot help but start to judge your worth by what others. And it's just
like, high school's back,
right?
Ain't that fun?
And you're like, wait, hang on. That was pretty decent content. Why
not?
It wasn't. Not getting any eyes.
I came to Marissa. I'm like, I posted something awesome.
Yeah. Well,
why? And she's like, well,
it didn't have a trending song. You need these things.
I don't do that.
To post it at this time.
I posted a dumb thing of me just recording Rocky scene from Rocky 5, and me just. And that just took off.
But Marissa also explained something to me maybe a month or 2 months ago, something like that, where
no means no.
Well, no, I posted a video with my own personal, that too.
No, we learned that a long time ago.
My own personal audio that I used, and she's like, yeah, but you didn't use the Instagram audio. So I went back and reposted the video, muted my audio, brought the Instagram audio up.
Did it make a difference?
Huge difference.
Oh, really?
Immediately.
So you're posting the music that they're trying to push out there, and if you use it, they will then lift the thumb off the scale and actually help promote your video.
Like but their music sucks. That's the problem.
Yeah, and it sucks because so you're talking to this guy Cody, who is a pretty much self-made, and like it's so great, the wild west of social media, and it's like, oh well, you don't need publicists and agents to get you out there. Like you could just do it on your own merit. But actually, no.
Casey, you know what exists now? Publicists and people for social media.
Yeah,
That's exactly what happens because it becomes such a morass of crap to negotiate and navigate. That exactly what you just said. Now there are people who are paid to help you do it. Marissa is and everybody here, Gina and everybody. They're all juggling 50,000 things trying to keep our impressions and people checking out the various social media active, and it's a lot of work.
Yeah, agreed. All right, and anyhow, Cody's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight if you would like to check him out. But that dude's figured it out, and he's doing great. All right, we're going to take a break. I'm going to give away a $50 gift card to Piccalilli. Piccalilli is here with us, and in fact, they brought a specially made product inspired by the Preston and Steve show. It is called the Po Nut.
Whoa.
I sampled a little. It's friggin' awesome.
Pulled pork filled donuts. Available this weekend only. So you need to try the Po Nut. It's actually like a beignet.
Yeah.
With pulled pork and pickle on top, and it's got the barbecue sauce drizzled on it. You can put coleslaw on it too.
Sort of like a secret menu item.
Yeah.
If you know it, you know it.
So let's take caller number 20, and we'll give you a $50 gift card to Piccalilli, and you can visit piccalilli.com, which is spelled Piccalilli, and see their full menu of game day favorites that include their award-winning wings, pulled pork, and amazing weekly food and drink specials. So like I said, caller number 20, 215-263-WMMR. We'll hook you up. We are in the love songs of the Back to School A to Z, and we will continue that on because there's at least a dozen, maybe more songs that start with love. We'll be back.
Are you ready for love?
In just a moment, so stay with us.
They brought him back to life.
No.
They literally shot him with some shot of something for him to go, and then he keeled over. and his heart stopped.
Oh my God.
And we've got all these people, there's like 100 extras. Many of, the girls are half naked and everything. We're all standing there going, oh my God, they killed the donkey.
Dear Lord.
You resurrected a donkey, Adrian Cement?
And they did the whole adrenaline thing, you know what I mean? They put the
Oh, my
in
God.
his heart, and he came back.
The donkey snorts 3 lines of coke.
Yeah.
You definitely
It's a real good kids movie. I'm really proud.
You're thinking your career's over, but no.
And then, honestly, when we saw the first cut, it was like, but Tom and I looked at each other. This is funny. What the hell happened?
Is there any chance you could go back and re-release a director's cut by any chance, or is it too late?
Back then, they didn't save that kind of footage.
Now they do all the time.
And they do it all the time because of everything they do. But honestly, there was one scene that was absolutely hysterical. So we're the bachelor, the party's not going very well. The hookers haven't showed up. We're sitting in the hotel room looking at a Shirley Temple movie. Right. And it's just not going well.
The hookers go to the wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I say, Rick, let's go downstairs and get something to eat. I'm hungry. So we get into the. I'm not gonna do this to say this on radio. This was cut. I said, sit in this booth. This is the best booth in the place. So he sits in there. And all of a sudden, you hear a zipper sound. His eyes light up. Right. There's a girl underneath who is
taking care of him,
going to give him a happy ending of some sort. So I, saying my gift to you.
Yeah.
And we see the minister who's going to marry him walk into the restaurant and go, "Oh, Father, over here, come on, over here." Yeah. So he comes to the edge and he starts having a conversation with us. And Tom's going, "Oh, Jesus. Oh, Mother of God. Oh, Mother Mary and Joseph." Oh, he's writhing and everything. And I say, he always says grace before he eats. So.
That's great.
He can't take it anymore. He gets up and runs out. And I said, "Father, sit here. It's the best seat in the house." Close up on his face, you hear the zipper sound, and his eyes go like
that's great.
Didn't make it in the movie. We had offended everybody else. They didn't want to offend the Catholics.
It's so
Now,
freaking funny.
You and Tom were friends. Could you tell then what a talent he was and what he was going to go on to
and
be?
honestly, one of the nicest guys in the business. Everything that's ever happened to him, he deserves every bit of it. He's a great, great guy.
That's great.
Very talented.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
A lot of people don't know this, but Tom was not originally cast in that role, and neither was Tawny Katane.
Tawny Katane was the it girl of the time, and she was the White Snake videos. It predates, I think, the White Snake video.
Who was?
Well, we shot 1 month with the other cast.
Who was it?
Oh, no way.
It was Paul Reiser.
Really?
And Kelly McGinnis.
Oh, my goodness.
Did they get fired?
Well, the producers just felt there wasn't a chemistry going on and everything. And Tom, they had just seen a screening of Splash.
Okay.
Oh.
And they said, we really need to get that guy
that's like
for this.
I couldn't even imagine. And Paul Reiser's talented, man, but
he's great.
He just doesn't have the kinetic.
He was very funny.
Was he?
He was very funny.
Yeah.
There just wasn't a chemistry that was going on.
That's happened before. Back to the Future. Eric Stoltz was. They filmed for quite a while with him in the lead role. And
the scene where he falls and hits his head. That's Eric Stoltz's head. When he falls out of the tree, bonks his head on the.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Eric Stoltz.
Wow. Okay.
Did not know that.
It's if you've never seen Bachelor Party, and it's worth going back for a visit. A number of people also texting in asking if we're going to bowl tonight, Adrian.
It's funny. I've had the great fortune and lucky to have 2 cult classic movies that are really. They're targeting completely different people.
Yeah.
And it's just really kind of cool after all these years. In theater, which is really my first love, and that's why I still do theater. If I'm going to be doing television and film, I'd rather be behind the camera these days. But if I'm going to act, I'd rather be on a stage because that is the actor's medium. It's electric. It's like a drug. Yeah. Grease too. It was an opportunity to put it was my Danny Zuko that I put on film.
Right, because you weren't. They had to created another character, which is basically Danny Zuko.
Yeah,
and it was a weird thing because you had Grease comes out. You have Travolta's on a meteoric rise. You have Olivia Newton-John. You have all these big stars in it, and then they go with Grease 2, and they cast not unknowns, but
they actually did something really kind of. They took a big chance.
Yes.
In what they did. They did not. It was very unique what they did. They also created they created a musical that was never a proven hit on Broadway.
Right.
So none of these songs had ever been heard. It didn't have a track record or anything. And a lot of people, Grease 1 obviously was a massive, huge success. But Grease 2 didn't actually do badly. It in its theatrical release, it made about $80 to $100 million.
I watched
at
it
that time, and people think that it wasn't as big a hit, but today it outrents and outsells Grease 1.
Really?
It's more kid friendly, and it's actually more of the essence of what Grease, the original Broadway show, was about. It was about all the T-Birds. It was about all the Pink Ladies, whereas the movie of Grease became a vehicle for John and Olivia. In the play, Kanicki sings "Grease Lightning," not Danny.
That's true.
It's his car.
Yeah.
Everybody has had a song in the Broadway show to tell you their story, and that's what. So it's more of an ensemble piece. And Grease 2 was directed by Pat Birch, who was the choreographer of the Broadway show. So she wanted me to do that role badly because they wanted to put a rock star in that role because there weren't any known faces. Michelle had just done, I think, Hollywood Nights.
This is Michelle Pfeiffer
with Tony Danza.
Right.
At that point, it wasn't a big hit or anything like that.
I remember.
And Maxwell Caulfield was not. He was an English actor, but hadn't done much. And they really wanted a rock star in that role, but Pat wanted me to do it. So she strategically brought me in. After they would see like one of Casey and the Sunshine Boys or one of the Gibb brothers or whatever, and then I went in and said, "All right, it's still his. All right, it's still." Until after 12 callbacks, they finally said, "Wow, right, it's his role."
Well, honestly, I watch it every time it's on. It has a good energy to it. You're again sort of a self-deprecating, funny guy. The whole bowling sequence is pretty. It's. You can't help but get swept up in it, and it has its own energy. And to this point, you had a lot of talented people involved with it.
Yeah, a lot of people came out of that thing. Even the Seagal twins went on. The girls who were the cheerleaders went on to have their own series.
You have a lot of fans in Philadelphia, and to prove that, I'm gonna show something to you. I don't know if anybody has made you aware of this or not, but I think Steve made an offhand comment one day about. Somebody getting an Adrian Zemed tattoo. So we do this feature every Tuesday called Tattoozy. People come in and actually get a tattoo from our show. It's called the Preston and Steve. They'll get a tattoo with us in it, and we've been doing it for years and years and years. We had a guy who called in and volunteered to get an Adrian Zemed tattoo.
God, I'm looking at it right now.
This is a guy. That's your face. On his right pec, it's huge. This was within the last year.
Within the last year, yeah.
Yeah, that we
and
had
the guy
this done.
eagerly came in.
Please tell me that's not permanent.
That's permanent. That's a real tattoo on this man's
chest. So when he's 90 years old and I look 90 on his chest.
Yes.
What was I thinking?
So we took a picture of you from Grease 2, and that is now permanently on this guy's chest, Adrian.
This reminds me of something that Sally Struthers said about tattoos back when we were doing Grease. She said, "Oh yeah. Back in the '60s, I was a flower child. I got a tattoo of a butterfly on my butt. Now it's going into its cocoon."
We're so delighted that you had a chance to come by here. We are big fans.
Nice to come in.
We knew you'd be great.
Yeah, we knew you'd be cool. That's great, man. Excellent.
It's my pleasure.
And you know what? We should do a promotion where we go bowling with Adrian sometime.
Yeah.
How cool would that be? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, some love for Adrian Zemed. Thank you. Thank you so much. There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And
She can
There's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Oh, was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was sort of
One
like
chair.
a warm zone or something.
A warm
like that
zone.
They call those.
That's what I
There's
call my
not-
chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which
Mm-hmm.
I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife,
Yeah.
and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these cavernous, like a wall will disappear.
Yeah.
There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hall, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hall, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it.
Yeah.
Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical. So before you guys even enter the room, we
have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
Get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F, no, like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a GIF, of like a bedbug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bed bugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is
She was
clean.
ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. She was ready to set up shop somewhere else. for a live
100%.
broadcast.
If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen. Yeah.
All over my face.
We're good.
The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around.
yeah,
Back
take-
up.
Mush, mush.
For a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good, yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Yeah, good dog, good dog. Good dog. Yeah. I love being out here in the open range. Yeah.
All right, let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Hailstorm singer Lizzie Hale has confirmed in an interview that the band is compiling a special package to celebrate the 10th anniversary of its self-titled debut album. Released in 2009, the LP featured the single I Get Off. I get off.
Bill Weston, I get off.
So anyhow, Hailstorm...
I'm gonna shoot.
Oh, dude.
I get off.
All right. Now I'm thinking about Bill at the moment of ecstasy. I know.
Yes.
I know.
Bill's pillow talk. I get off. I'm gonna shoot.
Yeah, it's about to happen. You feel a little tingling
down the tunnel.
Hi, thanks, Kath. We're going to have a couple of guests joining us during this segment from 6ABC. So when they arrive, we will chat with them. But in the meantime, there's a couple other things that we can kind of go over. And this is no surprise, but I would like to see footage of this after the whole Burning Man thing happened, and the rain and the mud and muck and all of that. Apparently, there are loads of stuck vehicles that are still there.
No
and
doubt.
Trash all along the path between the festival and Reno. So apparently, part of one of the main principles of the festival is leave no trace.
Leave it clean.
And that's
their edict.
A very admirable thing to do. But in this situation, extenuating circumstances.
It's been modified to F it.
Yeah, screw this.
When we were at Woodstock 99, it wasn't muddy, but it was a mess, and we ended up leaving an entire tent. We just left it there because there was a...
Well, the same situation, right?
Yeah,
Here.
well, there ended up, before the riots, there was a giant, trash/food fight over our campground. And at one point, I think I told you guys this on the air, but, there was a bag coming towards my face. And, I mean, it was pretty cool what I did. I ended up, kind of capturing the bag with one finger and then whipping it. But little did I know that there was poop in that bag.
Oh, my God.
And it went all over the tent, the outside of the tent.
Right.
And
So you're not going
like,
to take it.
Yeah, I'm not going to wrap this thing up and take it home with me.
Wow.
So did they give an idea as to how much has been left out there?
No, there aren't any quantitative, quotes or anything like that. The sheriff of the area said this year is a little different in that there are numerous vehicles strewn all throughout the playa for several miles. Rain on the festival grounds created, of course, horrible mud that trapped bikes and cars alike. So it's just like bikes that are just sitting there stuck in the mud.
I wonder how long. Well, and then you have the converse situation where as everything dries up, it's going to get locked in there like cement.
Yeah, exactly. So they said, by the way, one of the insiders, a veteran festival goer, said, so for those people who left trash behind, he said, those aren't real burners. They probably shouldn't be out here anyway. I just think listen, it was like some stuff got so caked with all that muck that you had no choice but to abandon ship.
You saw the picture of Pierre's boots.
But they were saying also that they told people not to go anywhere.
Right.
And that it was the people that tried to go somewhere that ended up getting stuck. And, so they kind of maybe, it was their own fault.
Yes.
I don't really know. But anyhow, all right, so just want to pass that along because I thought that was kind of interesting. Our guests have arrived.
Yay!
And yes, they've made it. Hang on, let me turn these mics on. That's because there's some new programming happening at 6 ABC. There is a new 10 a.m. newscast, and it starts on Monday. And we are very happy to welcome two people to our studio. One is a very old friend of ours, and another one we're meeting in person for the first time. Please give some love to Alicia Vitarelli and Alyana Gomez.
Hello. Thank you for having us, and nice to meet you.
Our pleasure. Nice to meet you, too.
And hello, old friend.
Hello, Alicia. How you doing?
I want to ask a question right out of the gate here. That you guys, do you have somebody who's doing wardrobe, the color coordinating, all the stuff? You guys just sync up and all the promotional stuff? I'm like, this is not happenstance that they're ending up looking this way.
Mike Monsell joining us in the studio, and he actually helped create the vision behind this. But the truth is, Steve, go bright or go home.
Oh, there you go.
You know, that was when we do have walked in and said, we wanted this to be colorful.
Yeah, we are all very colorful personalities and spirits, so we just thought that was fitting. But we also have our girl Ruth who helps us out as well, and trying to color coordinate and things like that. But on a normal day, when we're doing a normal newscast, we are not color coordinating by any means. Actually, we walk in and we're like, oh, we have the same dress, so now we have to have a backup dress.
There was one day when you were all wearing the same color. And somebody posted a picture, and I was like, they all came in. Forget, I think it was either green or blue.
Was it like Brenda and Kelly at the prom? I know you feel.
I know what you're talking about.
Well, the concept for this is pretty cool. I mean, I think it's all. I'm not that it's absolutely fine. All female staffed. It's all you taking over for 10 o'clock. And it looks like it's going to be lifestyle and news and all of that. So with a somewhat a newsy, but it's still a little bit lighter approach, right?
A good and healthy mix.
Okay.
Yes. And we're making history for 6 ABC, which I think is the most exciting thing for all of us. It's not above us to realize, just the the task that we've been given, the honor to do this. I think we all feel really excited, but we feel really blessed. I mean, I came here, I first met you guys, it was almost 12 years ago. I came here to
It's like
start.
right when you started,
The 4 o'clock. And
Yeah.
so for me, I've done this before, like with a team that has become my family and to start a newscast. And now I get to do this again with women who are like my sisters. So it's really, I mean, it means so much. I think we want to connect with the community. We want it to feel real and authentic, but we also want it to feel like your besties.
Yeah, and you get that feeling. You do get a familial. It's one of the things I like about the collection that you guys have over there. Everyone has it's an authentic. It doesn't feel like anyone's saying anything through gritted teeth.
We're all real, authentic women, just kind of giving you exactly what we're doing. I mean, we're experiencing the same things that other women are experiencing in their everyday lives,
Right.
Juggling careers, demanding careers at that, right? Motherhood, still trying to have a social life, still trying to be involved in your community, still trying to go to the PTA meetings. There's a lot, but we're all doing it, and we're happy to be, on TV and having a platform like this to talk about these issues and share it with the community and other young women.
All due respect to other TV stations and radio stations in Philadelphia, but I really think that 6ABC and MMR have a kindred spirit in the familial aspect of it, because we've both been around for a long time. And when I watch you guys on 6ABC, I feel like I'm a part of your family, and I'm not, but I feel like it. And that takes a genuine approach to what you guys do. If you fake it, people in Philadelphia smell it immediately. And Alicia, I'm sure.
1,000%.
And
Oh
call
my
it out
gosh.
real quick.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, look, here's the thing. If people care about you and everyone on your show the same way they care about us, because we have given them the real deal, right? We have shared our real lives, and we do it knowing that it's going to come with, the love, and it's also going to come with the criticism, but it's the real thing. And at 6ABC, it is legit a real family. And I think that's the secret sauce to what we do, because, we go to each other's kids' birthday parties. When I was pregnant, I was texting the women in the middle of the night. It's a real family there, not just a sisterhood, but like a legit full family.
Yeah,
that comes with all the
Alicia and Adam. Alicia and Adam bring bags of clothes for my daughter that their daughters have grown out of, and my daughter gets so excited every time I bring a bag home. She's like, "Yay! What's in here? Jewelry, clothes." Like, it's just we all really love each other and support each other.
Now, like I said, Alicia, we started doing stuff together from almost day one when she began. But Alyana, how long have you now been a member at 6ABC of the family?
A little over
there?
18 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's your, because I'd like to know your background and everything. We don't know a whole lot about you.
So let me introduce myself. I'm actually from the Philadelphia area. I was born in Philly. I grew up in Collingswood, New Jersey. Shout out to South Jersey.
Did you go to Collingswood High?
I sure did.
That's where our assistant program director, Chuck D'Amico, went to high school.
Hey, that last name sounds very familiar too. So I'm sure we have some connection along the way.
Doubt.
But yeah, after high school, I went to college in Maryland and just traveled all over the United States in this career, in this industry, and moved back 18 months ago. Grew up watching 6ABC, wanted to come back here.
I was going to ask if that was part of the goal to get back here. So.
Oh, it's always been part of the goal. I'm like, I want to go back to Philly. I want to go back home. I want to, do what I do on TV in front of my community, my people, in Philadelphia.
It's wild how many people have done that trajectory, who leave and come back. There's a lot. One of our former interns is now a reporter for you guys as well. So it's very cool that you do have that return, and that they foster that so that people who are giving you the news are from the area.
Brianna, right?
Brianna.
Gallagher? Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah,
She
interned
interned here.
Yeah.
Do you know I never knew that? Brianna Gallagher. I never knew this about her.
either.
When she popped up, we were all like, "Oh my God, we know her!"
Yes.
And she just had a baby.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my favorite fun fact about her now.
And we asked if she could come back on our show, and Mike Monsell said, "I don't think that's a good idea right now."
Yeah, give her some time, but I'm sure she'd love to come back.
So everyone sort of chuckles and says, "We'll ask Mike."
Besides you two, Nidhi Hahn and Karen Rogers are going to be a part of this whole lineup. Now, Karen, I watch her on the 4 o'clock. In the 4 o'clock. She works an insane amount of hours, and she's going to be doing this too.
Yes, I'm so happy. I know this is a lot for her, but personally and selfishly, I am so happy to be reunited with Karen because we did FYI Philly for 10 years together.
Yeah.
And then, when she stepped into this, role in the morning show, this more expanded role, she stepped back a little bit from FYI Philly. So it's almost like, when like twins get separated and then I've missed her so much, and we've really grown so close over the years. And she's, I mean, she is literally the bright light that everybody, and you know this, that everybody knows that she is and feels on TV. And Nydia is, Nydia is a force.
She's tenacious.
Yeah,
she does that consumer advocacy stuff, and she will definitely never give up and gets great results. Yeah,
Get it done. Yeah, they're both, just a wonderful group of women. We're all excited to be working together. You know, I've filled in on the morning show with Karen, and she's just such a beautiful, bright light. And getting to know Nydia now on this level, it's just been amazing.
So you mentioned FYI Philly. Will you guys be doing segments kind of like that, lifestyle, going out and experiencing some stuff?
I mean, I think it'll be like that, and we'll work, in tandem. I'll be able to, still keep my hosting, duties at FYI Philly, and then also like kind of blend some of that in. But beyond that, and we keep saying this, it's like when you text like your best friends and say, did you try this? What is this? Or this is the best thing that I found. And so we will go out there, and it's going to be local. It's all local. That's what we love. That's like our heart and soul. And go out there and find the things we want to hear from viewers. Like, what's the best thing that you did, or what should we try this? Or
so we get suggestions from people. Yeah,
please.
I'm curious about, and I'm sure it's the case because we see your presentation on the screen. But I'm curious what it's like behind the scenes when you guys are finding out the news before you have a chance to present it, like the escaped convict climbing up the wall. Did you guys go, dude, did you see guy over here? Did you see that climbing the wall thing? Or
Spider-Man?
Yeah. You guys have to, like us, have those conversations off air like, oh my God, I can't believe this guy did that. And then, of course, you come on and present it in a professional manner.
We're kind of the filter, right, for the public. We kind of see the things that you don't want to see. We read the details and the police files and documents that you don't want to read, and we kind of filter all that out so that the public doesn't have to hear all that.
Right.
But it's crazy. That video is nuts.
But we're still human, so this show will loosen up just a little bit from what we're used to. Like, it's action news at the core, but it'll loosen up in a little bit where we can probably be like, okay, wow.
No, it's appropriate. It's appropriate.
Like you guys.
That sort of midday sort of thing is good. You extend the brand, because obviously you're lost for a little bit with the GMA. So there's that chunk, and then you come back. It's very cool. So.
Alicia, on a personal note, how's your family doing and everything?
We're doing great. My daughter just started 4th grade, which makes me feel old, but I feel like I remember being in this studio talking about a parade when I was pregnant, and everyone always says that, because when I started, I was at the big board turning constantly, and so every person in Philly is always like, I remember when you were pregnant. I was like, guess what? She's 9.
I remember having you in when you were pregnant, and then recently after you had the baby, and your mood had changed quite a bit, like you were all excited and happy, and not to say that you weren't after you had the baby, but then reality set in.
What happened to me?
What happened is you had a newborn. You were like, this is hard.
It is, isn't it though? It is hard. But you know we're doing great. I mean, Philly has, our Philly girl is so entrenched in her city, and we've talked about this. My husband is from New York City, and he's
Staten
still
Island, right?
Yes, and he still tries to still roots for the home teams. But I have explained to him in great detail that she is a So that Eagles fight song is
still
prevalent.
A pastry chef. Wasn't he?
No, that's Tam's husband.
Yeah. Oh, Tamla's husband. Okay.
Yes.
No, he's in the industry.
He is in the industry, right? What does he do?
He is. He works for NBC 10.
NBC 10. No kidding.
Yes. Yeah, he's the director of news operations.
It's been so long since I've seen you that time.
Yeah, we're a news family. We're news. He was my cameraman when we first met.
Wow.
And the lighting was amazing. And the rest is history. Happily ever after.
So he's a New York fan, and he works for a competing television station, and you guys stayed together?
What? Well, we're both from New York City. But I went to Villanova. We've gone over this.
We know this.
And 13 years in October we'll be here. And
yeah.
so
you've got your bona fides, as they say, so you're all good.
Yes. And again, like our we're raising like a Philly girl who hopefully will one day grow up to be like Alyana and be like, this is my my kid watches 6 ABC the way Alyana does.
So you basically says Alyana's like a daughter to you, is what
No, she's a woman that I look at her. When I first met Alyana, we just instantly clicked. And so when this show came together and we, the pegs came in and we looked at, we looked across the four of us, and it just felt so natural and so right. And we've been rehearsing this week, and I get like chills when I talk about this, but like the first time we sat together with this rundown that was created for us by our amazing female executive producer and producer, Caroline Hayden and Jessica Gonzalez, have worked so hard on this. And then we sat there and brought their vision to life, which is probably how, I don't know, like Steven Spielberg feels when he does a film. But when we sat there, it felt like we had always been there. And that is the thing that I think is so special about what we're doing, because, Alyana and I are anchoring together for the first time.
Okay. I was going to ask what the roles are. So you two are going to be the anchors?
Yes, and the third anchor, Nydia Hahn, with us was 3 anchors, and Karen doing the weather, but also joining us in the conversations, just the real deal combos.
A lot of people don't realize you will do dry runs. You will do, right? You have to do kind of the layout and how you're going to progress. I mean, there's rehearsing. You're sort of obviously this is what you guys do, so blocking and all that stuff is sort of second nature, but you have to get the vibe of the show down. And it feels comfortable, but the second the cameras switch on the premiere, is there going to be butterflies, or are you going to have?
We were just talking about this.
Yeah.
So I was expressing to Alicia yesterday, and by the way, Alicia is 100% correct. We've only anchored together twice, but for whatever reason, we just have this natural connection. It's love at first sight.
Yeah, truly.
But I was just telling her yesterday, I was like, I feel a little nervous. Like I don't know what it is, and I've moved from city to city. I remember when I got my first, main anchor job in Seattle, I was a little nervous, but I'm like, I feel a little nervous. And I think that's natural. It's like a good, healthy anxiety, but we're going to kill it.
Yeah.
We're confident. We're going to do what
I feel totally calm, which
Yes.
is so interesting for me. Like because when we sat there and it just kind of, I don't know, it just like the vibe in the room felt really good. And it just felt like so like meant to be.
You're in a good state. You're calm, just like Fredo was when we went out on the boat fishing.
You love a Godfather reference.
So you're getting clothes from the other ladies for your daughter, correct?
Yes,
right?
yes.
When does the used drum set from Matt O'Donnell come over there?
Oh, listen, we need to take some lessons. Matt, doesn't he do a great job?
He kills it.
Yeah.
He's all right. He slays.
Tell him Preston said that.
No, he's awesome. He's the man. So it begins on the 11th. You guys are set to go, 10 a.m. And this is going to be replacing the Tamron Hall show. So that's going to move to another time in the day,
2 p.m.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. And wow, it's exciting stuff, man. A big change in the lineup.
I know. And it's honestly, our bosses just had this idea for us that just felt, like something that they've wanted to do. And then just, the universe like opened this spot, and
I think it's
here
awesome.
we are.
I think it's awesome. Yeah, I mean, and you guys do a great job. And again, as Nick pointed out, and everyone has been saying it, there's a familial aspect to what you do for us as the consumer, so to speak, of the audience. And so it's a welcome addition.
What do you guys want to see? This is a show for everybody. Like, we're for women,
It's
but
not
it's just a
just
show
for
for
women.
everyone.
A pillow fight wouldn't hurt.
Oh, a pillow fight.
More day drinking, I think, would be nice.
That's what I said.
Right?
Can we get some champagne on the
I
desk?
know. Champagne glasses.
Mimosas and the whole thing. Morning drinks, and we're not going to go crazy.
That's
but,
what they used to do in the, back in the day. Some of the anchors had bottles of liquor, I suppose. This is what I heard, at least in California, not here in Philadelphia.
No.
But they
strictly
would take a
button down.
shot before the show.
Sure. Yeah.
Anybody heard from Jim Gardner, how he's doing in retirement, or is he just kind of...
His podcast.
He's
frequent visitor.
podcasting, so he still comes in.
Aw.
And my desk in the newsroom, I know this is going to sound, but you get me.
Yeah.
So my desk in the newsroom is Jim's old newsroom desk.
Wow.
I know.
Yeah.
And so I was cleaning it to move my stuff in, and I found this whole stack of artifacts, like old newspaper clippings. He missed it because there was like something on top of it.
Okay.
So I picked them up, and I just had this. I was like, this is it. This is the good juju.
Yeah.
It's a sign.
Yeah.
We're good, because the blessing from Jim is like our,
It's a papal blessing, yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can't do better than that.
Well, the other thing about Jim, too, is obviously he's one of the greatest anchors this city has ever seen, but he's been at it for so long that he becomes this sort of de facto historian, right? And you learn so much about like what the newscasts were like, but also what Philly was like in whatever year. Is there a resident historian at 6ABC now? Is there somebody you can turn to, say, you know what, this guy was here then, producer, behind the scenes, on air, whatever?
It's got to be Deuces, right?
Well, I guess it could be Rick Williams,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
And also, we have a lot of executive producers who, like Jim Gardner, like Rick, have put decades in.
Right.
I mean,
you
this
can't
is a
have
place
too
where-
many executive producers.
This is a place where people come and it's like they move in and then they stay,
Right.
which I think is so rare in this business. And I think the other thing that's so rare, and I will say this to anybody who will listen, any time I get up to speak anywhere, I talk about this, the way women are together and work together and truly care about each other at this station is unlike anywhere I've ever been. I'm sure, Alyana, this industry is hard and it can get crazy.
There's legendary stories of cutthroat behavior and so on and so forth. But again, you can't fake it, and it's clear you guys all get along, and it's part of one of the joys of watching what you guys do. So we're very excited for this.
Oh, thank you. And
we're thrilled.
People staying a long time speaks to the kind of the health of the newsroom, right? It's not a toxic environment. I mean, I've worked in 5 other news stations, and Alicia's right. There are women who are not rooting for you, who work next to you, and they're like, you are my competition. I do not like you. We're not friends.
That's the way Kathy feels about Nick.
And that is not the vibe at 6 ABC, and it's so refreshing.
That's why we drink so much.
When I first started working here, and I've probably told you the story, Lisa Thomas Laurie crossed the entire newsroom, and she was like, welcome, reached her arm out, pulled me in. And so that's the onus of us, you know, like when Alyana started that, I learned
carrying it on.
You have to. Forward, when she started, and then when the next person comes, she'll do the same. So it's, you know.
Do either of you guys watch the morning show on Apple TV Plus? Because that seems to me like it's a fictionalized version of things that actually happen. And do any of those things ring true if you've seen the show?
I would say so. I think I saw a few episodes of the show, and I felt like it was one of the more accurate depictions of a morning show that I've seen on the big screen, right? Or in a television series. It is accurate in the way of like the urgency and the chaos and at times the egos, although we don't have them here at 6 ABC, but the egos do exist.
Yeah. There you go. And
we know they were in the news at some point a few years back.
Well, good luck on the next chapter. This is really cool. So it starts on Monday. 10 a.m. is when you will catch the newest newscast on 6 ABC. Yep. And not only stars Karen Rogers and Nidhi Gahan, but the 2 ladies in here, Alicia Vitarelli and Alyana.
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 That's okay.
I know the name, but it's spelled so funky. Alyana. Alyana Gomez. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Wonderful to see you. Good luck with everything.
We love you. We love you always.
Thank
Love you guys. And with that, we're going to continue to love because we do have nothing but love songs in the Back to School A to Z. So we're going to take a break, and we'll come back in just a moment as we roll with that. Stay put.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMM.
Sorry for my low-hanging fruit. I'm almost there.
There's no way we can do a meeting today.
There's
no way.
Steve just canceled the meeting.
I can't look at him ever again.
What do you think the recap's going to be like today?
Oh, Lord.
I think we got a C-.
Yeah.
Well, the Bella show is done. Maybe he's talking to him right now. Is Thursday, June 6th. Today is Tom Araya's birthday. He's in a band. Casey, could you say that name for me, please?
Yeah. It's
if you don't mind. Thank you. Anytime that I actually need to say the word Slayer,
let him do it.
I'm going to have Casey do it. I can't yell like that.
The band.
We also have Tom Araya, singer and bassist from Slayer. And he is, that's the only way you can say the name of that band. He's 53 years old today. Yeah, I can't yell like that. He is 58 years old today, by the way. So, maybe it's time to hang it up.
But possible.
You can only do that hardcore to a certain age, and then you're done.
Never had that conversation with my father, but I just had that conversation with my son. I pulled him into a room. It was just he and I talking. I said, "Hey, listen."
You listen to me.
No. I said, "This. This is not to embarrass you. I'm just telling you. You're not a little kid anymore. You're turning into a young man, and so you're at a point in your life where you have to shower every single day, and you have to put deodorant on under your arms every single
right?
time."
I mean, that's a standard talk, right?
Casey, the reason we had the talk with my son, who's 12, is because he stunk.
Yeah,
and it was one of those things where it's like, dude, you need to shower more.
But it's embarrassing when you hear that.
When you do shower, you need to wear deodorant because there's an effect, and it's just what happens when you get a little bit older. But like, he needs to do it because he's going to get made fun of. He'll be the stinky. I don't want to have the stinky kid.
The stinky kid.
No.
One thing I didn't do throughout my entire school, and I've mentioned this on the air before, and that is junior high and high school. I never washed my gym clothes. Ever.
No?
Oh, I think a lot of kids.
The whole year.
I know, right? All right. Did you go to gym a lot?
Every day.
Okay. Were you active in gym, or were you a cool kid standing off to the side?
No,
Okay.
no. Yeah,
You were the kid that smelled like Doritos.
You had to participate. Doritos.
Yeah, that's what the gym suit would smell like if you didn't wash
We
it.
said hoagies. We go. So we say to the kids, all right, you got to take a shower. You smell like hoagies.
We should put out a Twitter poll. What does body odor smell like? Because we've heard hoagie and Doritos. And now that I remember, I do remember associating smell with, I think, my own body odor. You ever sniff your own pit? Do a little
Yeah,
sniff
occasionally.
check?
Yeah.
You have to check.
So I remember smelling when I was younger that I always thought that my own armpit smelled like onions and mustard.
Really?
Yes. To get mixed together.
Now, would you normally eat that?
Yes.
Okay, so
on hot
it's
dogs.
pleasant for you.
Yeah, so I kind of liked it.
So
Yeah.
maybe that's why. Maybe you did actually, you're sweating out the onions.
I didn't even think about that.
Well, you can sweat out garlic.
Yeah.
Like if you eat a very garlic-based diet, and when you sweat, you can smell like garlic.
Yeah. Which is a fairly pleasant
Can you
smell,
sweat
right?
out apple crumbles?
Yeah. Apple crumbles.
Let's try.
I don't know.
What about chocolate chip cookies?
Blueberry.
I just want to see if I'm missing an opportunity here to sweat out chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah.
So hoagies, Doritos, and mustard and onions, and I'm sure there are other people that have a scent that they basically have labeled as body odor.
Well, you know, of course, we talked about this, that the old belief is that when white people, Caucasians, get wet, they smell like dogs.
Like wet dog.
Right.
Yep,
and
correct.
dogs' paws smell like corn chips.
Yeah.
And that is actually true.
Yeah.
So these different things. I don't know. We tend to be enamored of our own smell, right? To some extent.
Enamored with our own? Yeah. I mean, that's why the smell of your own farts is actually really good. It's a pleasant thing.
Not always.
Well, listen, you can
Every
blow,
single time.
You can blow yourself out every now and then.
No, you
but
can't.
you're pretty proud of it.
Well, yes, exactly. That's the defined distinction.
that's
Is
a
even though
prize winner right
it
there.
may be horrible, you're like, oh my God, I'm a champion.
I've had to leave the room from my own.
You've offended yourself with your own gas?
I didn't say I wasn't proud of it. I was
Wow.
like, man, that was strong enough to make me leave.
Did you walk out cursing yourself?
Yeah.
What kind of animal am I?
Kind of impressed.
I honestly, Nick, I didn't think that was possible. Like, I swear to God, the worse that it smells for you, the best that it smells for me.
Okay.
Like, if it's a really bad one, where I'm like, oh man, Preston's gonna be really
It's like
mad.
licking your elbow. It's almost impossible to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you have one that's coming and you can tell by the
it's gonna be
by
bad.
the heat and so on or the pressure and you know it's going to piss me off, do you actually go, oh yeah, that's a good one?
No,
Okay.
no.
You don't take a little sneak sniff for yourself?
All right.
Oh, I always take it.
All right, we need to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I will say,
The cup and the have you cupped recently?
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
I never cup. I never cup. No,
You
no.
don't have to.
I don't have to. I'm an old pro.
Amateurs.
It's also a good way to run a self-diagnostic.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's a lot of relevant medical material to be gleaned from assessing your own odors.
Like,
I'm trying to make a case for cupping your fart.
I know you are.
Like, I love giving myself a Dutch oven. Like,
really?
Oh, if it's a really bad one,
You'll pull the covers up?
not only I will just sneak under the covers. I'll be like, I'm going to just lay here for a little bit.
Do you know what's equally fun,
You're a
Casey?
disgusting human.
Casey, crap in a pillowcase and pull it over your head.
Kathy, what do you think about the smell of your own gas?
I think
She
you guys are
never farted.
disgusting humans
Yeah?
right now.
I think
You pull
I think
like
you're a liar.
I think so too.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm not pulling the covers over my head and enjoying my own stench like Casey.
Yes, you are.
No.
No, she'll enjoy your stench.
1000%.
No, I don't think we've talked about this before. You are very. I mean, obviously, the notion of passing gas liberally at home is not something that you do, correct?
You don't think I pass gas at home? Is that
No,
what you're
I
saying?
don't think you do. I don't think you stand in the middle of the room and go, ba-boom.
Yeah, he did it.
Hey, get over here!
I think you go into the conservatory.
Pull my finger.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
Has to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell. She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Foolsily.
Sound like
history in Russell.
It's Carrie Russell's history. Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back and it was wonderful.
Oh,
she plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
Oh, The Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's
no.
a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
The Experts.
The Experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Carrie Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says
She's got a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
And we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the...
Oh, yeah, this is nice. It's good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
These are the kids. I'm going to help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story unlike any other. Look this way, kids. We go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs
tight.
on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
In Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important. This is one of these meetings here with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh, my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
And so I say to you, if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this, a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left and right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, why is that illegal?
Rub and tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the in fact, right before the Magna Carta was.
Steve, you mentioned the new Stone song. Nick, you're a huge fan of Sydney Sweeney. Did you see the outfit she was wearing in the video for that song?
I did, and you know what's kind of pathetic, Preston, is that I noticed Mick Jagger's outfit more because he is, I believe, at 1 minute and 40 seconds of this video wearing an Eagles jersey.
I did not know that. Hang on. I need to see that for myself. Nick has just pulled up the video.
It's not a new photo. It's from, I think, 1981, the tour.
Yeah, they're using old vintage video material.
And it's great. It looks so good.
They've doctored it to where it looks like they're singing the lyrics to this. Hold on, I need to look at her butt for a second.
I know.
She's wearing these chaps. She's wearing these very barely laced together chaps, and her hiney is quite firmly represented.
She looks sensational. She looks like a classic rock chick, and she's doing the full, gyrating on the car thing. But the actual, even the billboards and the animation of the.
In 1981. Apparently, Mick spent a lot of time wearing this Eagles jersey, and so listener Mike pointed out to me that this was the case, and I was scrolling through the video, and you can't quite tell that it's an Eagles jersey, but if you pause it in 1 minute and 40 seconds, you can see what listener Mike was talking about, and him wearing this Eagles jersey.
Do you know what's awesome is that this is the Stones releasing a new, really good song in a classic style, using the classic hot girl on the car gyrating, trope, and making it all work using the billboards and everything. It's a home run.
And they were smart to taking the old footage and use it, because it's not great watching new music from, you know what I mean? They're in their 80s and everything, and that's wonderful that they're still thriving, but visually, to capture your eye, taking the old footage of them as a younger version of the Rolling Stones, and yet making it look as if they're singing the current song, I think that's pretty genius.
It is cool, and it also gives you an appreciation of how long they've been at this and still doing it.
Yeah, the music is still, it's great, so that's awesome. All right, we have Bizarre File. Let's do it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk and want it gone? Then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Veteran and military, family owned and operated. You can visit J-Dog Junk Removal RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal RDSC.com. Here's a story out of Florida. A Lakeland man was arrested and accused of pelting several Walgreens employees with Snickers candy bars during an early morning confrontation.
Do Snickers have nuts, yes?
Yes.
Well, that adds
could hurt.
weight. That could hurt.
Arrest documents allege a highly intoxicated 23-year-old.
What if you're allergic?
Noy Idol became agitated. And his name is Noy, N-O-Y. Noy. He became agitated when employees at the Clearwater Walgreens refused to sell him a box of cigarettes, citing store policy. Angered by the refusal, Idol allegedly became irate and threw Snickers bars at the store's manager, hitting them in the face. Another store employee rushed over to help and ordered Idol to leave the store.
If you wanted to inflict harm with a candy bar, which would you use?
I'd probably do a Baby Ruth.
A Baby Ruth?
Because those peanuts kind of stick out. Or a Payday, where they're not even covered with chocolate.
What about Chunky?
Chunky has the sharp edges.
It's like a puck.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, so that's a pretty good one, too. You can really hurl that.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, angered by the refusal, I already said that part. In response, Idol threw several Snickers bars at the employee, striking them in the chest. Idol later told police that he didn't mean to throw the candy directly at the employees, but surveillance footage showed that Idol was very intentional where he directed the Snickers bars. He was arrested and charged with battery, and his bond was set at $500. A man died after being stung by an angry swarm of bees when he was working on a farm in the state of Alto Paranaíba, Brazil, on Sunday. He was rushed to a municipal emergency room by a fellow farm worker, and he was found unconscious, but passed away from the effects of the stings on Monday. A similar incident occurred last month in the Brazilian state of Sao Paulo, while a farm worker was hospitalized after receiving more than 1,000 bee stings.
Bees!
Apparently he spoke English.
And another when 6 people, including an 8-year-old girl, were killed in Nicaragua in May after their bus disturbed a swarm of killer Africanized bees.
So were these underground or were they in a tree?
It didn't say. Okay. Being stung by a single bee, by the way, usually only results in painful welt with itchiness and slight swelling. But if you are allergic or stung multiple times, this may lead to a much more serious or often deadly reaction. And here's what I didn't know. There's an interesting little factoid from the story. More than 10 bee stings per pound of body weight is usually the limit for a person's survival.
Right.
With the average adult being able to handle a maximum of around 1,100 stings.
I will always top it off around 900 just to leave a buffer.
The man who was swarmed was allergic to bee stings, by the way. Here's another story out of Lakeland, Florida. I just had one. A deputy sheriff has resigned after being arrested for driving more than 100 miles per hour near Lakeland. Deputies clocked 22-year-old Jacob Kite driving on U.S. Highway 98 at 105 in a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone. Other deputies reportedly clocked his car, a Subaru Impreza, going even faster as they try to catch up to it, ultimately reaching 130 miles an hour in a 45-mile-an-hour zone.
So he was off the clock at this time.
He was off the clock.
Oh,
boy. But maybe he was going after the Snickers guy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just got a call about a Snickers thing.
Deputies say they tried to get him to pull over using their emergency lights and siren, but he wouldn't stop and ran through a stop sign as he veered onto the highway, damaging the Impreza's front tires as he hit a concrete median.
He should have used the Gary Busey defense and claimed he was pregnant.
Or no, he was personal. Deputies then pursued Kite on the highway, and they say that he aggressively swerved toward one of the patrol cars.
That's all bad.
After several attempts to chase him down, one of the deputies successfully pushed his car in a 180-degree turn, disabling the car and causing him to stop. According to the statement, he initially refused to get out of his car, appeared to be impaired and intoxicated. They charged him with a whole bunch of stuff.
You guys just passed the test.
Yeah. Oh, you were just testing them.
Exactly. I want to see how you would respond to a high-speed chase, and you checked every box.
Well.
Couldn't be prouder of you guys.
All right, listen to this. A surgical tool the size of a dinner plate was found inside of a woman's abdomen 18 months after her baby was delivered by cesarean section.
No cutlery?
This was in New Zealand. An Alexis retractor, or AWR, which can measure 17 centimeters or 6 inches in diameter, was left inside the mother's body following the birth of her baby at Auckland City Hospital in 2020.
Doesn't like the doctor or the staff go like, where did that go?
Where'd that plate go?
You know what? We'll grab another one.
Where did that plate, that serving dish go?
The AWR is a retractable cylindrical device with a translucent film used to draw back the edges of a wound during surgery.
And Preston, there was a fully intact, open-faced roast beef sandwich on the plate.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Somebody didn't finish their lunch.
Oh man.
The woman suffered months of chronic pain and went for several checkups to find out what was wrong, including x-rays that showed no signs of the device.
Could be this. You got to dish up your pooper.
The pain got so severe that she visited the hospital's emergency department, and the device was discovered on an abdominal CT scan and removed immediately in 2021.
To Kathy's point, again, how do things this large, it's the equivalent to shut off the lights when you leave. Do one last, check on the site, the body. Make sure you haven't left anything in there.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my tool case?
Well, they're supposed to do an inventory at the end and make sure that everything is back where it's supposed to be. So,
Axon.
New Zealand's health commissioner found Te Watu Ora, Auckland, the Auckland District Health Board, in breach of the code of patient rights, by the way, because they left that dinner-sized plate thing in there for 18 months. All right, and there you go. That is what we have in the bizarre file for you. Pull up your dinner plate, though, because I've got a $50 gift card for Piccalilli Inn to give away to you right now. Caller number 14 at 215-263-WMMR. Every Piccalilli Inn order comes with reheating instructions to ensure that your food is fresh, hot, and delicious, whether you pick it up on game day or schedule ahead of time. And try now the Preston and Steve Show inspired Po Nuts.
Yes. I tried a bit. It's insanely good.
Have some Po Nuts.
Yeah.
Pulled pork filled donuts. And they're not super duper sweet. They're like beignets.
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly.
don't let that freak you out. But it's available. They're available this weekend only. Get your Po Nuts now at Piccadilly Inn in Shamong, New Jersey. So call number 14-215-263-WMMR. The gift card is yours. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
A church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion.
Yeah.
Let's lighten things up a bit.
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about her. So she said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
The glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass. Yeah. Just decided to be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
It does.
Oh, it needs to be a song.
Where were you, Auntie Saoirse? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
We're excited, ladies and gentlemen, to have in our studio actor David Harbour.
Thank you.
I'm so excited I said good afternoon when it's 9:20 in the morning.
There are a bunch of footlongs outside the studio, which is like
Ever been to
the
Pink's?
9 in the morning footlong, though.
Do you know Pink's in Hollywood?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
That's them.
Are those from
Yeah.
there?
They just expanded
Oh,
to
well,
the
then
east.
bring me one. I mean, come on, it's still a hot dog.
Yeah, it's not a classic breakfast fare, but it works. It's very good.
We never actually get breakfast food here. It's always like
It's
that.
always a dinner thing, but it all works.
And all that stuff.
We've been up since 3:45.
Yeah, exactly. So it is kind of dinner for you guys.
David, where are you from? Where did you grow up?
I'm from White Plains, New York.
Know it well.
Yeah, do you know it?
I'm from New York, yeah.
Okay,
I know
Westchester County, like 45 minutes out from the city, suburban, very boring place to grow
But nice.
up.
If you work in the city, it's a nice area to be in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I couldn't stand it when I was growing up because it's like that suburban thing, and you're like 14 years old and all you want to do is act out. And so I would take that Metro North train down to New York, though.
Oh, yeah.
When I was like 15. And, you could, back then, you could do a lot worse things than you can nowadays. We could go to bars. And I mean, they didn't have any of the rules they have nowadays.
So it wasn't the creative arts that were driving you to the city? It was the party?
I would tell my parents that I was going to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So, yes, the arts were driving.
yeah.
If my parents are listening.
Well, we're thrilled to have you in here.
Yeah.
We're massive
thanks.
Stranger Things fans, and we're also just massive fans of your body of work, which is just
thanks.
so much great stuff. And I think you've described yourself, or have been described, and I think you're the epitome of that guy for so long, who just is always, this guy's in it, this is going to be good. Yeah. And we have a sense that you've curated the things that you're in, and whether that's the truth or not, you just always end up in good stuff. And Stranger Things is just such a... no one could have figured this bizarre pop culture bank shot that took place.
Yes.
And that they went with, except for perhaps Winona Ryder, moderately known. And it just took off. So when you got the script for the first time, I understand it blew you away, but did you think you were going to get it? You couldn't have had an idea it would be what it has become.
No.
Yeah.
The complete opposite, to be honest. I mean, the first thing is you get the script, and I thought it was a really good script. And so my first thought was there's no way they're going to choose me to be like the male adult lead in this. They'll get somebody who's a star. And so I kind of blew off the audition a little bit. I mean, I do what I do, but there was a relaxation in the audition where it was like, those situations where you think like this will never happen. So I might as well just do what I want to do.
And that must help. That must help
it
in a way.
does because it makes you more relaxed. You have no expectations. You're not.
Right.
You don't have a goal. You're just like doing what you do. And then I wound up getting it, and it was incredible. And then as we were shooting it, I remember around episode 4 or 5 having a bit of a breakdown and thinking, none of this works.
Really? Really?
Yeah. I mean, because I remember, Hopper's a really messy guy in many ways, like everything from his body to, his personality.
Well, the very first, my impression of your character was like, this guy's a douchebag because she comes and says, my kid is missing. And he's like, he's out running around or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, he's going to be that guy.
Yeah.
He's more complex than that, and really cares. But you're right. He kind of had that really messy attitude about him, but he's the character morph. So initially you thought that wasn't going to translate?
Yeah, and so like around episode, I think it was 5 though, we were doing a scene and I'm neurotic and occasionally I'll ask people like, what'd you think? And I went up to my hair person, this woman Sarah, who's lovely person, but I was like, what do you think? And she just turned to me and just shook her head and she was like, yeah, I don't think it's going to work.
Wow.
And I was like, what? You mean the whole thing?
Thanks for the confidence.
But I understood where she's got. You're in a bubble down there, and you just have these days where you're like, what we're doing is stupid. Nobody's going to like it. And then before the show came out, there was no advertisements.
No.
And I couldn't get an interview like this on a popular radio show. Like, nobody wanted to talk to me about this show.
That was the beauty of it. I found out about it through word of mouth.
Exactly.
So it started to catch. And it was that. Now, this actually speaks to, you were a child of the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people remember all of this. It's at once a tribute to the work of Stephen King, and it's this pop culture maelstrom of things that are all pulled together and
Spielberg,
to Spielberg, and shot in a way that all the things that we love, but done in a great way. So there'd be no way to know it. But the fact that it did happen that way organically, I think, made it more firmly entrenched, and that's why we're rabid for season 3.
You and the Netflix season 1 marketing department apparently had the same thought, because that's what that's what they claimed was I don't know if that's just a way of getting out of spending any money on the show, but
it was our plan.
They claimed that was kind of their strategy, was to have people discover it. And I have to say, it is very gratifying. It was very gratifying to have it be something that wasn't hyped at all. And just to have people stumble across it on Netflix, and then the social media aspect of it. They just told their friends, and it was all over like Facebook and Twitter. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
And I think in this world where everything is so hyped, it's nice to have ownership and discover something that almost feels like a little pearl you found in an oyster, like a surprise,
So let me ask you then, here's the conundrum now. Now it is a thing that's
I know, now we're talking about it.
Right.
God.
But whereas season 2 is always, everyone's like going, okay, what season 2 kicked ass.
Yeah.
I know.
And it was.
Guess what happens in season 3?
Traps the bed.
We jump the shark. No, it's my character gets on water skis.
Nice.
And literally
one of the
jumps
top,
in.
and there's a great white shark in the lake.
All right.
Who knew?
Yeah.
In Hawkins Lake.
Are you wearing a leather jacket?
I am.
Saturday and Sunday and Monday, but it does mean some rain, unfortunately. But we're going to be into the low 80s by the time we get to Sunday and Monday, so just a heads up on that. We're going to give away a lesson question prize if you answer the question correctly, which, by the way, the tickets are a chance to join Casey, Nick, and Marissa for a special murder mystery event at the it's actually called Red Room, but it's spelled Red Room.
That's
the Red Room Theater.
Yeah.
On Wednesday, courtesy of 20th Century Studios, A Haunting in Venice. 21 and over event. You get dinner and a drink, and you get movie passes, by the way, for the screening of the movie the night before. So it's
excellent.
Full package deal here. Here's all you have to do. What you have to do is give me the answer to this. Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard for Sophie Turner to fart? 215-263 WMMR.
It's true.
Why is it so hard for Sophie Turner to fart? That goes way back to the 6 o'clock hour. Spend a little bit of time on that. Let's see if you know what the answer is to that. Call now. We'll do the trash while you're calling.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for an eczema study to test a topical medication. Ages 2 and older can register. Compensation may be available for time and travel. PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Whoopi Goldberg was noticeably missing during the season 27 premiere of The View. Co-host Joy Behar quickly addressed the situation on air, saying Whoopi had accidentally sliced open a vein while using her poop knife.
Ooh.
Yeah. Prince Harry revealing the cute response when he asked 4-year-old son Prince Archie what he wanted to be when he grows up. Harry says the young royal thought for a moment as he watched his parents on the Netflix series that they have, and then answered, an orphan.
Oh, my God.
And finally, PETA is pushing to have an honorary add-on sign for the late Bob Barker placed along Sunset Boulevard. PETA says anywhere along the legendary street would be good, except for in front of Swifty's Slaughter Your Own Porkatarium. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty. We'll see if you know the answer to this. Why is it so hard for Sophie Turner to fart? 215-263-WMMR. Let us go to Fran and see if we can get the answer.
Francis.
Hi, Fran. Good morning.
Good morning to Side along Concon.
Yes! It's a good mix. It's a good mashup.
Sometimes people take a twist and do something cool like that. All right, Fran, why is it so hard for Sophie Turner to fart?
Because she has no butthole.
Yes! No butthole. And since Fran got that right, we have a prize for him. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to join Casey, Nick, and Marissa for a special murder mystery event at Red Room Theater on Wednesday, September 13th, courtesy of 20th Century Studios, A Haunting in Venice. 21 and over event includes complimentary buffet and free first drink, plus admission to the advanced screening of the film, only in theaters on September 15th. Another chance to win is available at WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Sports and Social. Cheer on Birds, just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with halftime contest, Bud Lights, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. So after dropping a new single and video for Angry, the Rolling Stones announced that their album Hackney Diamonds will be out on October 20th. The 12 songs were recorded at various locations around the world, including Henson Recording Studios in Los Angeles, Metropolis Studios in London, as well as Electric Ladyland Studios in New York. The news was shared by Mick, Keith, and Ronnie at a special event at the historic Hackney Empire in East London and was hosted by Jimmy Fallon. Is this supposed to be the new song?
Yeah, this is Angry.
That sounds like a bad file.
This is really weird. I don't like it. You guys kept talking about how much you loved it. I thought that sucked.
That's some
No one budged, and I was like, I thought it was my headphones.
I thought it was a creative way to, like a Pink Floyd sort of intro to the song.
Yeah, I thought it might be
it's a corrupted file.
A beginning, so there's something wrong with that file. But the song is good. It's
It
a
is good.
straight up rocker from the gang. The video for Angry stars Emmy-nominated actress Sydney Sweeney. We were talking about it earlier, and she's in classic, rock maven clothing with she's wearing chaps and she's writhing all over this car as it drives down Sunset Boulevard.
Tony containing it out.
Yeah, big time. We have a couple of clips to play. Mick is speaking about how hard it was keeping the new album a secret. Do we have that over, Case?
What's today? Is today Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. It is on its way over. If you guys want to.
No, there it is.
Yeah.
Mick, hard to keep a secret. Go down, Rolling
there
Stones'
it is.
new album.
Yep.
Yep.
Hard to keep. There it is.
Here we go.
We've been looking forward to it for a long time. We made the album. I finished it in February. I mean, had to wait a long time to get all the bits and pieces together to put it out.
Was it hard to keep it a secret?
I'm surprised we managed to, because I thought, normally Ronnie talks to everyone about everything. So I was really like, Ronnie can't talk about this album.
Then Keith chimes in and talks about the fact they have some guest musicians. on the album, and he discusses that here.
We have Stevie Wonder, there's Lady Gaga is on there, Sir Paul as well. Sort of, okay, come on by, you know. And we had worked with Lady Gaga before, and we were on the road with Stevie Wonder in the 70s. So, I mean, all of them are nothing new.
And this is the first album without Charlie Watts.
Yeah.
And so Ronnie Wood talks a little bit about that.
Charlie gave Steve Jordan his blessing. He said, take Steve until I can be there, you know. I said, you're going to be there anyway, whatever happens, you know. And so when he did pass, even though we were shocked, we were prepared in a way because he handed the baton on to Steve Jordan, and the spirit of Charlie lives on, you know.
Steve Jordan is a phenomenal drummer, by the way. He's played with just tons of people over the years.
Stop and think about again these guys, and I really just dug the song and the whole deal, and the nostalgic look of the billboard, as you said, Preston. They're presented in their various stages throughout their lives as younger men, and so on and so forth. But you have these guys at their age pairing with Paul McCartney at his age, still generating really viable music.
Yeah,
it's very cool.
It's very impressive. So, new music from the Stones, good stuff. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to play the song in its entirety, not just because we have a corrupted file, but we're in the middle of the A to Z.
Yeah.
And it's called Angry, and we would have. They released it last week.
They missed an opportunity.
Come on, man.
We're sorry.
Listen to this. Bruce Springsteen has canceled all the remaining dates on his touring calendar for the month of September, with a statement on his social media saying he is suffering from peptic ulcer disease and has been advised by doctors to take the rest of the month off for treatment.
My tummy hurts. It's too much doo-doo in my underpants.
The statement was followed by an apology and a promise to return. He said, over here on East Street, we're heartbroken to have to postpone these shows. First, apologies to our fabulous Philly fans who we missed a few weeks ago. We'll be back to pick these shows up and then some. Thank you for your understanding and support. We've been having a blast at our U.S. shows, and we're looking forward to more great times. We'll be back soon, and it was signed, Love and God Bless All, Bruce.
Kathy, have you seen Springsteen?
I have, yes.
Okay, all right, because I know you have made it a mission to not say...
I'll go next time.
Right.
Yes, and this is the exact reason, stuff like this.
With health issues,
Yep.
A baby grand piano that once belonged to Freddie Mercury sold for over $2.2 million at Sotheby's auction yesterday. Bought in 1975 and imported to England from Japan, the Yamaha G2 was used by the Queen frontman to compose his seminal track Bohemian Rhapsody that same year. The instrument was among dozens of items to go under the hammer in the first of 6 auctions dedicated to the musician's private collection of some 1,400 possessions. And among them, in the top lots, were a previously unseen early draft of Bohemian Rhapsody, complete with annotations suggesting that the song may have initially been titled Mongolian Rhapsody. That took in $1.74 million. The 59 lots at the auction, which fetched a total of $15.4 million, included stage costumes, jewelry, and paintings from his extensive art collection. Other items ranged from historic silver sequined cat suits worn by the News of the World tour in the late 1970s to everyday items owned by the artist, such as a collection of chopsticks and a Sony D50 CD player.
There's also, they have a tape from when it was known as Mongolian Rhapsody, Preston.
True to the name, but different in tone.
Different in tone.
What we ended up.
That part's the same. Shake it up, baby, now.
Shake it up, baby.
Mongolian twist and shout.
Mongolian twist and shout. Come on, baby, now. Come on, Mongolians.
So his piano, by the way, attracted the evening's biggest bid despite falling short of pre-auction estimates. Sotheby's had initially predicted that it would go from $2.5 million to $3.8 million. The trove of possessions has been put on sale by Mercury's close friend Mary Austin, who inherited most of his estate and looked after his former London home following his death in 1991.
Was that his wife in the movie?
Yes.
Okay.
Has a piece of rock memorabilia ever sold for over $100 trillion?
No.
Okay.
Not that I know of. Maybe on the black market.
Yeah.
Not really sure. I believe we have a couple of clips from Wolfgang Van Halen.
We do.
Wolfgang is doing wonderful.
God, he's just he's amazing.
He's impressed all of us, and he is in an interview, and he talks about how his dad would have loved to have seen him succeed like this.
He'd still be very proud, but considering everything I'm doing now and everything he saw before he left, he was super proud, and I just wish I could show him this album. I know he'd be going nuts. He'd love it.
And what's great is he's used some of his equipment, some of his dad's equipment on the new album, and he mentions that.
There is a song called Take a Bow on the new album where I actually played his original Frankenstein striped guitar on the track through his original amp and cabinet that he used for the early Van Halen albums.
Wow.
Press, I know you have a rock and roll bathroom down in your basement.
Yes.
Did you happen to see...
And you know it has a hell of a band.
It does. Did you happen to see the Van Halen toilet? It says dump. You might as well dump.
Oh, my God. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's the Frankenstein toilet seat. Yeah.
You might as well dump.
Oh, that
Can
is
you buy
terrific.
this?
I don't know if you can buy it or if this dude just had it made.
Okay.
But I was like, Preston should probably have that in his rock and roll
I
bathroom.
need the toilet seat done like that. I have the only thing that I'm in my rock and roll bathroom that represents Van Halen is I had a hand towel made in the Frankenstein.
Right.
I had to
special order
custom have it made because I couldn't find a bathroom Van Halen item. So
is it what is the main theme of your rock bathroom?
It's just so I have a bunch of sales awards, like gold albums and platinum albums and stuff like that I really didn't have a place to display them, but I have that. I have one of my the trash can it's an actual tom-tom.
Yeah.
And I put a bunch of police stickers on it, and I have what else do I have in there? I've got so I had a nightlight that I had custom made. It's got the Who's logo on it.
Wow.
I've got a soap dispenser that has a Yes logo on it. Like I ordered all these things on like Zazzle.
Sure,
and, stuff like
and they'll
that.
do all that. Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely.
I'm
And-
going to look to see if they have a faucet that is...
Oh, the flusher on my toilet is a guitar.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's
And
tremendous.
And the bath mat on the bottom is an amp. It looks like a Fender amp. Yeah, so it's my little thing. I had some fun putting that together. I still want to put some finishing touches on it. Like I want to change the lighting in there and make it look a little bit more. I don't know. You can do like cast iron or a little more balls.
Can you attach a smoke machine to your toilet?
Oh my God,
that'd be so cool.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea. I do have a little bitty smoke machine that we use around for Halloween.
When you flush, a little bit of smoke comes out.
Speaking of Van Halen, Michael Anthony has sold his Southern California home for $1.3 million, roughly $100,000 more than the original asking price. I was like, $1.3 million? I mean, what do you get in California for $1.3 million?
You can't get a ranch for $1.3 million.
Well, that's what it is. So he notes that there was $200,000 in renovations and upgrades that were recently put into the home before closing. The 3-bedroom ranch-style home has a pool, 3-car garage, a studio, and hardwood flooring throughout. Here's the deal. He bought it in 1980 for $180,000.
Oh, okay.
So I just, for whatever reason, he's probably made a decent amount of money, but he's stayed in this smaller house. It's just what he prefers, I guess.
So I was listening to there was I was actually watching it as well as listening to it. This documentary about rock stars who had in their lives had bad reputations with the way they treated people, and the Van Halen brothers came up, and the treatment of Michael Anthony in particular. Apparently, he got nothing in the way of residual credit or money.
He didn't write anything.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
So there was really, and whatever was available was sort of clamped down. So he basically left the Van Halen legacy with nothing.
That's too bad.
Oh.
He got the short end of the stick. But he sells hot sauce. I do know that. So maybe he's
That he
making
does.
some money off of that. And then finally, Bush will release a greatest hits album in November. The first single from it will be Nowhere to Go But Everywhere. In an interview recently, frontman Gavin Rossdale said, "It really is a song that I wrote for my friends, and you'll be able to sing it about you and your friends. It's a weird song."
We have a clip.
That Mongolian thing is really hot
It's
right now.
catching on. It's like grunge.
You know that new sound you've been looking for?
Siberian throat singer.
He says it has power. Bush debuted in 1994 with 16 Stone. That album sold 6 times platinum. And they've released 9 studio albums and have 24 straight top 40 hits on the modern rock and mainstream rock charts.
9?
9.
9?
And that is what I have in music news for you. All right, with that, I think I got another one or two of these to give away. Yeah, let's do the Pick a Lily Inn gift cards. We have $50 gift cards for Pick a Lily Inn. And we'll take caller number 22 at 215-263-WMMR. Every Pick a Lily Inn order comes with the reheating instructions, as I said earlier. Make sure that your food is fresh, hot, and delicious, whether you pick it up on game day or schedule ahead of time. So we'll take those calls now, 215-263-WMMR. Caller number 22. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and
because they like to send the finished episodes to everyone else before me.
Right.
But that's just no. But they just sent me all the episodes. I just finished them last night, actually, and it is so damn good.
Wow. The trailer
It is
alone.
so damn good, and you like, the end is.
How does it end? What happens?
Okay, so here's what happens.
You're making up the chart. Yeah. By the way, I would like to correct you on one little thing. Prior to this, the first season coming out, we totally would have had you on our show.
You're a liar.
No.
You are in some of our favorite things.
When the first trailer for Black Mass came out, and the dinner scene with you and Johnny Depp, and I'll just sort of leave it at that because I know you wanted to hit on this, Steve.
Oh no,
like,
we're gonna go over all your stuff because we're big fans. But yes, no, Casey's right. We were fans before Stranger Things. It just cements the adoration. But to that point, you go through these things. This has been your quantum leap.
Yes.
I mean, but you were that kind of guy. You were on Broadway and you working that whole deal. When you went in to I know you had an issue with working with kids initially, right? Because kids can be a liability, right?
Initially.
I mean, because I find. You've got to get the right. I'm so quick to hate a kid in a thing. if he's, you know what I'm saying? If he's
I do know what you mean. I know exactly.
You got to get a Haley Joel Osment. You got to get somebody who really gets it. These
and we
kids
got
are
like
great.
6 of them.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
And so they never. The old thing is never work with animals or kids.
Yeah. But you and I are the same age, right? So when I look at this cast,
Are you 75?
born in '75.
No, 1975. No.
So you were born on my brother's birthday in 1975.
Oh,
I
wow.
saw that. I turned 44 on the 4th of July. So
Wait.
Yeah.
I was born on your brother.
my brother was born in '73.
Oh, 73. I was like,
Don't try to
wow,
work it out.
2 months apart? Brother, how did that happen? Something with test tubes and cloning or something.
It's right out of Stranger Things.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the upside down.
You and I and Nick, actually, as a matter of fact, we're all contemporaries. So we grew up with the same movies. So there are movies that came out in the 80s that still work today that have kids in them because they were so good. The Goonies is one.
Yes.
Stand By Me is another one. Sandlot is another one that came a little bit later on.
Okay.
And so I liken
E.T.
E.T. Yeah. As a matter of fact, E.T.
Yeah. Drew Barrymore, like a little tiny Drew Barrymore, amazing.
Right. So, and we had the creator of The Sandlot in here a couple of years ago, and he actually, I think they had a whole other cast of kids, and he was like, you know what, I need to get older kids to play younger because they weren't doing it right. And
yeah, interesting.
And so,
I mean, our kids are kind of all over the map. I think when we started, I think Millie was the youngest, and I think she was 11 years old, and then I think Caleb was the oldest, and I think he was maybe 14. So they do span a little bit, but in general, they are kind of aging with the show. Like Millie in particular is, she started out, she was 11 years old, and now she's like 14 or something.
She's
and
a young woman now. It's a little weird to see, but it's natural.
Well, it's weird for you. It's just weird for Hopper, too. Yeah, it's like a nightmare.
I love that you, and to Preston's point about the character, this character, and I think I like complex, I like villains where you can sort of see why they are what they are, and they're not just, mustache twisting. And I like heroes that sometimes get pissed off and have luggage, and that's how Hopper came into the deal. The whole paternal aspect of him was not revealed, and it becomes revealed in an organic way. How much of your input helped create that genesis for Hopper?
I mean, they had an amazing character already created when I came in, but they also are very collaborative. So, I have ideas and I understand men that are broken and disappointed in life, and other people are disappointed in. So I had some insight into that.
Right.
And so, as we were developing him in the first season, and one of the fun things was as we developed him in the first season, and as we thought, we were all sort of neurotic, and we thought, well, this isn't going to have much of a life after this season. But we would sit around on set and just have fantasies about, like, what would be amazing? Like, if we could run this thing. Like, what could be cool? And I think that some of those discussions, especially in season 1, one of the fun things was, like, we really loved the character of Hopper, and we also really loved this character of 11. And we were like, there's clearly, like, he had a daughter who died, and so he has a lot of trauma around that. And she had a papa who was manipulative and who used her.
Right.
And so wouldn't it be great for these two characters to try to heal their trauma together and do it in a very chaotic way where they
Which
don't know
was season
what they're
2.
doing. Yeah,
Season
so that
2 was
led
that
into
process.
season 2.
Yeah.
And then, and then there's stuff that we're even responding to going into to season 3. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
David, I loved you on Newsroom, and I love you in this, in Stranger Things, and they're very different roles.
Very different.
And the writing on, which is Aaron Sorkin's show on the Newsroom, it's so fast-paced, and so a lot of your characters build on the fast-paced nature of the entire show and how quickly the dialogue is delivered, whereas on Stranger Things, it's the spaces between the notes, right? It's a lot more drawn out, and you can be a much more subtle actor. Do you have a preference? Does it matter to you? Or do you just like to work when the work is good?
No, I mean, I do feel like with the Newsroom stuff, like, I feel like the gestalt, like the larger piece, is very good, but as a component in it, you don't have a lot of freedom to do. You don't have a lot of ownership in a weird way. And so with Stranger Things, there's a lot more ownership. I mean, you get to explore a lot more behavior. A lot of times, like, Sorkin's stuff and Newsroom is very much about the point you're making, on the page. Whereas with Stranger Things, you may say something and mean something entirely different, or you may say something and then behave entirely different.
And there are these pauses and these drawn out things, especially with your character.
I love that. I love the way the character is like, you take a lot of time. Like, what's up with you? Why?
It's compelling,
you get drawn in as a result.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's my whole thing with acting has always been that, a lot of it, human behavior is always very complex, and sometimes, a lot of times, I think people say something that, and then they behave entirely differently. And that's sort of how I've seen the world since I was a kid, is I've always been confused by human beings, because they would say things like, I love you. And you'd be like, I don't think you do. I think you want me to stay, or I don't know what you want, but you don't just love me. So that's always the complicated thing that I want to explore with human beings. And I think that the great thing about the Duffers are they really love actors. They really love what we bring to it, and they really want, so they'll have something in their mind that's very specific, and then we'll come in and mess it up, and they'll be like, this is even better than what and that sort of collaboration is what you're always looking for.
You mentioned taking a lot of time. Netflix took a long time to get this next season back. And I was curious what you, how you feel about that as an actor.
Listen, here's the problem, right? It's not a problem. It's a problem with you guys. I swear, it is a problem with the world. Okay, because we have. All right, I'm going to throw down here because we have trained you. We give you 8, or actually last year 9 hours of content.
Yeah.
And you binge it all in a day.
No, I learned.
And it's like, give us time. Take your time. Once every 2 months is when you should be watching an episode.
No, it's crack.
Look,
it's
I
crack.
know. For me too. I mean, sorry.
No. And as soon as it's over, you're like, when's the next one coming out? Like, after the first day it comes out, you watch the whole season, and then you want to know when there's more.
And you'll see, like...
Incubus. They have a song called Love Hurts.
Wow.
Another band who has a song called Love Hurts. And that one will be along next. as the Back to School A to Z continues and is nothing but love. All morning long, we played nothing but love songs in the Back to School A to Z.
Part of the fun of the whole thing is to see if you can guess what the next song will be.
Exactly. Hopefully you're ready for love.
Are you ready for love?
So there's more on the way. Let's see. I would like to say thank you to Comedic Cody.
Yeah.
TikTok star, over 5 million followers. And he is playing at Helium Comedy Club tonight.
So they're expecting 5 million people down there tonight.
Show is at 8 o'clock, so get in line and be one of the 5 million to be a part of that show. And then you get tickets at heliumcomedy.com. And then we had Alicia Vitarelli and Alyana Gomez from 6AB stop by. And then afterwards, I guess they're making the rounds at our sister station, but Karen Rogers and Nydia Hahn were here too. And we had a nice little hangout with them for a moment.
What it looks like is a bunch of wealthy women and the kids they adopted from a third world country.
Wealthy, attractive women. Because I love 6ABC and their professionalism.
Yeah.
It shows. Obviously, they're great at what they do, but they're very beautiful people, too.
They are.
And it was great to have them by this morning, so that was nice. And thank you to Pick a Lily. In fact, I've still got one $50 gift card to give away.
What?
One left. That's right, Mel. We have one left, and we'll take caller number 16 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will set you up with that gift card.
What?
In Shamong, New Jersey. And you can go to pickalily.com and ask for the Preston and Steve Show inspired Po Nut that they have. And it's called a Po Nut. A Po Nut. It's pulled pork filled donuts and available this week only. So they're inspired by our show.
As you said, it's more like a beignet.
It's a beignet, not really like a glazed
What the hell are you doing?
donut. So
They played the Shamong clip. I learned the history behind that.
Shamong?
Yeah. Do you know it?
No.
Wait. The history behind Shamong, New Jersey?
No.
Or Shamong?
Michael Jackson saying
Shamon. It's like him saying, come on, but with a sh
I
at the
think
beginning.
you know what? I need to.
He's trying to say, come on, don't call the cops.
No.
Shamon.
No, Questlove explained the story, and it's really interesting audio, and it's a tribute to another musical icon, and I don't want to misspeak, so I'll get the audio. Maybe we can play it tomorrow.
There's an actual derivation.
There actually is.
Interesting.
And believe it or not, it was a thoughtful thing by Michael Jackson to include that, and it's intentional, and I had no idea until Questlove explained it.
You learn stuff.
I thought he was just kind of scatting.
That's what I thought too.
Shamon.
All right.
Yeah, I'll send it to you guys.
Please don't let your parents know.
We want to find that out tomorrow.
Shamon.
Sarah's here. Hi.
My head is already spinning. Wow.
Hi, Sarah.
Wait, so a pork-filled donut?
Yes.
All right.
It's actually, it is savory, more savory than
It's not
sweet.
super duper sweet.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's more like bread.
Have you heard about this savory oatmeal trend that's happening?
You know what? I did read something about that, and it just doesn't sound right to me.
Feels weird to me. I gotta
an
try
oatmeal
it.
guy.
I'll try it first, but
You know, I love like when they talk about stone cut or whatever the hell it is.
Steel cut.
Steel
Oats.
cut. I don't know what in the F it means, but I like it. So,
the pieces are smaller.
yeah.
Is that what it is?
That's all it is.
Okay.
It's
But-
the only difference.
I put brown sugar and raisins.
Some people put
Blueberries.
tomatoes in their oatmeal.
No.
Come on.
I'd have to try it. It sounds a little strange, but I don't know.
I guess if you can make grits savory.
Yeah.
Shrimp and grits
Yeah.
and cheese.
I
on
like
that.
grits as grits, though. I like some grits the way I've always had my
No.
grits.
I like grits with some bacon and
cheese.
and,
Butter.
garlic and butter.
A little bit of butter.
Yeah. All right. Well, we could keep going on and on about this, but we need to do the letter of the day. All right.
Yes.
Let's do this. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
Oh, as in orange.
All right, and that's not even a word.
Orange.
We have one more letter. It's a joke.
Okay.
She's like,
I was
no,
gonna say,
orange is a word. I know it's a word.
Well, because I had to think of a word on the fly to match the letter, so I was like, crap, did I just say nonsense?
Kathy
It
was
is not
playing,
even noon.
Kathy was playing Scrabble, and somebody played the word orange, and she goes, "Orange."
But you know how when they
that's not even a word.
But you know how when they lay it out, so it was O, so I was like O-R, I'm like or A, and I'm like sounding it out, and I'm like
It looks bizarre.
Range. I'm like, it's not even a
word. And then, sure enough, it was.
It's the word today.
All right, we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets, VIP sound check passes, and 2 hotel rooms for the night as MMR rocks Evanescence this Friday, tomorrow. September 8th at Ovation Hall at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. And we have the complete details at WMMR.com. You have to be at least 21 years of age to win the prize, and we'll give that away tomorrow. So what's up today, Sarah?
More love songs, so make sure you stay with me. I think we've got quite a handful to go, right? You've got the list in front of you.
Decent amount.
Yes, and then we will continue on with the letter L and then the alphabet as it goes. That's how it works in the back to school A to Z. And I also have more of the Sting and Shaggy tickets to give away. The One Fine Day Festival this Saturday. It's just a couple days away at the Man. G Love's going to be there as well. Thundercat, all the info on WMR.com. But I'll have a pair of tickets for free before 3 o'clock.
Excellent. I love it. All right, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow is No Sad Bro. Actually, it starts right now.
Yeah.
But tomorrow we will also have Patton Oswalt. He was making good. He had a family issue and couldn't make it yesterday, so we will have him tomorrow morning via Zoom. And we have a whole lot of prizes, so we got to make sure we do a blowout of some sort tomorrow. That's it. We're done. So rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.